most definitely, good sir. All right, I'm just checking to see that everything seems to be good here.
Without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. No matter your industry, Grainger's here for you with professional-grade supplies. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
What
Grainger,
is...
for the ones who get it done.
Oh, hell, what is causing that noise? I'm just checking to see that everything seems to be good here. I think I found another window open. Trying to get to it, close it before we go to too much. There we go. There we go. Sorry about that. Live starting TV, that kind of thing. All right. Well, at least let me know that we're live everywhere. Everywhere where we are live. All right. Well. Okay. Let me open my Coke here. I need to drink some Coke. Hello, Poop Hunter. Very good luck on your exam. Hope things go well for you. Yes. So good luck, yes. All right, let's make an episode. Hello, Butter. You're going to build a big navy just like Germany wanted to? No, probably not. Most likely my strategy will be naval avoidance. Use it where I need to avoid the rest of the time. One, this is the first playthrough with this version of Black Ice. And so I sort of want to be able to focus and do a realistic invasion of the Soviet Union. And two, generally I sort of like wanting to win the game instead of just like pour money into big navy, have big navy sunk by bigger navies, and you know, that kind of thing, and not work well. So we are going to do U-boats and such. So we'll see. The Navy is a very low priority for Germany. Germany is a land power. So we will do that most likely. Someday we may play alternate versions through. Okay, let's make an episode here. Welcome back, everyone. This is Gamer1745 here. And I want to thank everyone. This is been great having so many people show up to watch these videos with Black Ice. I hoped it would happen with a combination of Black Ice and playing Germany is very popular on this channel. So yay, thank you. If you're new here, can you smash the subscribe button? Everyone, please, even if you're live, lick the like button. It is tasty. They change the taste each time. You don't even need to lick it once per video because it just tastes different each video. So yes. So no sea lion. Well, I don't know how big a navy is required for sea lion. One, two. It's getting even harder with sea zone here now. Sea zone here. You got to control both sea zones. If it's done well, if the game is done well, I'm not saying it is or isn't, we'll get there. Sea lion should be brutally hard for Germany and sort of an expert kind of thing. But I don't even there know that it takes a focus of building big ships. I would think actually a bit more building lots of aircraft both to dominate the air in this area and then use aircraft against any Navy coming in. Okay, but still may need a bit more. We're going to see if we can send volunteers to So we're going to send these volunteers under Guderian. They don't have von Thoma as a general in here yet, so I can't send him. He was the ground commander. If Sea Line happened, and would America have joined the Allies and go to war with Germany? Probably not, because what allies would they have to join? Because to me, I see, and now we're talking again in 1940, not some other date. Britain, in my estimation, has enough arms and units to deal with a small incursion, a parachute division, which, is maybe about all they could possibly muster at that time, especially after the heavy losses at the, coming in at The Hague and Rotterdam. Their losses with parachutists coming into Norway. So they couldn't probably land more than a parachute division. And you're either able to keep flowing troops and supplies across the channel or not. Okay. So either it's, a Germany controls the seas, controls the air, and they have enough barges or whatever to keep supply flowing, and they're just going to continue to overrun Britain. Or if it's like, hey, we're going to try this thing, parachute division lands, 2 divisions worth of soldiers get across in somewhat scattered and somewhat pockety form across the channel, but Britain comes in and sinks many of the barges or other transports, either on their way across with troops and equipment on it, or on their way back just empty, but sinks all of that stuff, and then sort of traps forces here that, there'd be somehow or another, there'd be a trickle of forces or supplies coming across, but it would not be a great amount, and then the British win. So if the British win, well, I don't see a great reason why it wouldn't go sort of the historical route as vis-a-vis the America entering the war. And if Britain gets overrun, who's there to join? You've got, whatever exiled government there is, and then Dominion governments, and you're probably going to have Britain, some sort of Britain possibly surrendering, or signing a peace thing. And hello, Singh. How are you doing today, my friend? Glad you're here. How many troops did Germany lose in the Battle of France? I do not know. I'm not a big stats guy. Hey, gamer. What do you like better, World Ablaze or Black Ice? Well, Marichine. I've given up World Ablaze until major changes happen. So far I'm liking Black Ice. So right now, so far, I'm liking Black Ice, and I'm not liking World Ablaze. So I guess that answers the question. Now, we haven't gotten very far in. I did play in another playthrough till just the beginning of 38. So So far, that was also looking good. All right, so we are sending forces down to Spain. We are, this is going to be the start of actual okay. Franco completed. Right, okay, so we've got huh? What? Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Franco is stuck. We didn't get this done. This done completed out, what, 2-3 days too late. Oh, damn. Okay, well. Oh, wow. Okay, I thought we had the math done, right? Let's go back 16 days. I know all of my generals putting out. Hello, Nazgul 41. You're stuck. Well, I can try to answer any questions. Well, very good. Hope the wedding's fun to be at. Would Churchill call for America to go to war with Germany if well, Churchill would have wanted America to come into the war at any time. I don't know what, I mean, he was calling everybody to come into the war. Okay, well, okay, right, well, let's move the 1st Panzer and that division to there. Let's assign Guderian. Let's see if we can get this right. Poor Franco, you can't send him. Well, we will be sending him. It's just I messed this up a little bit. Lost about 600 troops. Well, very good. Hey, Star Street. Okay, let's. Now I want to check here. It does show that let's just make sure. We got 14 Lufttransportgruppe. Okay, catalytic cracking, very good. All purpose, let's come here. Oh, we need more fuel. Gotta click these twice, that's right. Oh, what did I do last time? Excavation research, probably. Yeah, let's do that. We need to buy more oil, and we've maxed out what we can get from Iran, so let's see about getting 16 from Bank of Aviation now. Anti-Comintern pack support national Spain. we're going to have to do this immediately. So we're going to leave this unchecked. Panzer is, I believe, the word armor, and it is, Germans like to stick words together. Panzer Kampfwagen, or wagon. So it is armored battle wagon. Kampf is battle. I'm sure I'm butchering my pronunciation there, but so it's armored battle wagon. Just drop all the rest. You get Panzer. So hello, MMDB. All right. Well, we can come here. We've got this. 200 days. Okay, we're way in advance. So let's not do that way in advance yet. Let's do medium. Here, improve. Okay, well, let's look here. I thought I had the math right on that. We need horse transports, I think. This is the most here. Do that. It's taking longer, but we still need even more oil. We are still at, now we're at a slightly positive amount. Cool. Venezuela war hasn't broken out yet. Dispersed industry, nice. Mm-hmm. 82 days, lack of resource penalty minus 3%. So that will help us when we don't have resources. Now this is probably delayed because okay. I know you guys are watching me figure this stuff out, and well, let's wait another couple of days here. I think it's because it's after we started after the first of the month. Hello. How do you pronounce these words? Cole Cleverstone. Hello. That's a cool name. Now that I figured it out. Been a while. Well, I'm glad you're watching today here. Yeah, battle group. So that's the origin of Kampfgruppe. I think that's the term. Yes. A Kampfgruppe, particularly in the German sense, is not a strictly defined size of organization. It can be very small. It can be rather large. It is normally a temporary formation that's created for a situation. It could be lasting a few hours, could be lasting a few days, or a few months, but it's not normally longer than that. It's not like a particularly long thing. And hello, Shadow. Good to have you here. So Panzer Group, yeah, is Panzer Group. Yes, exactly. Conf Group was on TV. I don't know about Conf Group being on TV. Okay. Oh, TV. Okay, Operation Sonnenblume on TV. Okay, yes, I'll watch it. Well, cool. Yeah, let's complete the Junker School here. That should complete very soon, hopefully before the end of the month. Oh, just now that this happened. Just now that I put that down. We're going immediately to support here. So we now have Franco stuck 24 days. We are going to do this. This needs to get done before that. Well, what does... Oh, Franco. I'm just going to test this and maybe go back. Is this... Okay, well... Now this has worked. Okay, well, I know this is all messed up. We're going to go back and load this. If this is going to work, I'd rather do it because I've done some organization. Sorry for this messed up those watching later. And now, both of you, still more than 4 years away from that. Though. Yes. Oh, yeah, we got a long ways to go before the real war started. Like German infantry divisions in the beginning, the Soviet Union were bigger. As a single German infantry division bigger than a single... Oh, yes. Soviet divisions were big. And then they fought the Winter War, and things went really bad because of bad command and control. So Soviet divisions got smaller. Yes, the Soviets had lots of divisions. Started the wedding. The wind got so high that the whole stage fall off, and it's an outdoor wedding. Everything got destroyed. Oh, sorry to hear that, but maybe it was funny. Okay, so, well, if this just means, because Franco is stuck here, air transports, we've got 5 days here, Franco's stuck here. Oh, I'm Spanish Civil War. Okay, completed. Air transport. Okay, air transport sent to Franco. Right. Well, I guess that means that it works. I don't know. That just didn't seem correct. See, okay, it did remove 10 of those aircraft. Very good. All right, well, I guess we continue here. What is our current national focus? Yeah, Junker Schule battles. It's better to watch on Twitch or YouTube. Can I switch if one is better? Maybe it doesn't matter. You watch wherever you want to watch it, wherever's best for you. You can watch it. When I'm streaming live to Twitch, to YouTube, to Twitter, Facebook, and Rumble. So, and we have 4 people watching now over on Rumble. Hello, people out on Rumble. Okay, so let's up this by 1. Okay. Junkerschule Bad Tolz, which is a training facility, another military factory, building slots. Okay, very good. Now we're getting this also gets us another institution to research these things. There's a lot of them. We'll do command right now. What divisions do you currently have? Well, we have a bunch here. Damn, 5 different simultaneous sites, which your RAM like. Well, okay, what I'm using is a service called Restream. So I have a slightly longer delay than through like normal YouTube or Twitch from when I, for when you see from what I do. So it goes to I stream out to Restream, and then that splits it out to the 5 different sources. So it is not using any more than if I were streaming to one thing. If you want to see my computer stats on Twitch, you can scroll down and it shows my current computer stats. So just people might be interested in that. Oh, well, we do have SS units. I don't know if you want to call them. Hello, Amazing. Well, 36 is not my favorite year. I've played it over and over and over. We do have some SS Standarta here, or equivalent of regiments. We got Leibstandard Adolf Hitler over here, but just a garrison unit. But we have some First Welle infantry divisions based on this template. We've got a bunch of garrison units that are around. Now, this is one thing that, you know, I like attention to detail. I like history. And in Black Ice, Hearts of Iron 3, this looks like this, which is the historical Guns Commander Eiffel Schwer artillery, heavy artillery. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this unit here, because with just one garrison regiment, nothing's going to happen. In Hearts of Iron 3 Black Ice, normally what you do is you just take that heavy artillery away from the garrison unit and attach it to some other division, like I think is, well, it was maybe more of a core asset than a divisional asset, but they don't really have core support units in either of the games. So that regimental doctrine gives you your divisions better. Yeah, oh yeah, we're going to be doing this. Hand pink waving. Okay. So, and I watch your chat back through Restream, at least from Twitch and YouTube. Okay, so now we're going to do this now. 14 days, we'll get equipment over to here, and we will again ask for permission here to send volunteers, send air support, and there's Guderian, 2 divisions. See if they'll let us do that. Yes. Probably in case France is invading you because of the Rhineland incident. Yeah, but it's such a sucky unit to play. I'd like to play the game of Hoi 3 at some point, try to do a big encirclement in China as Japan. Well, that would be a challenge, even in Hoi 3. Your garrison units have... No, they don't. Most are like this. Just a garrison, some military police. Got another one to see what this one is like, template-wise. So, yeah, we do have just some basic garrison, just that one with heavy artillery. And hello, John. How are you doing today? Okay, well, let's again look back at what we need, not just what we want. Well, hopefully the divisions I'm sending are properly equipped to Spain. So what I think, even though we did increase, used to see, looking for it. Yeah, well, we didn't really. Okay. No, I'm going to decide to up fighters. Okay, now up here somewhere. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, those are old Heinkel A's. Those are Heinkel A's. I thought it was. Maybe it's here. No, maybe it's over here. Maybe it's this one. Yes, okay, we have one that has some 109s in the squadron. So let's send this one down to, well, just a second. Okay, yeah, that's in friendly territory. So I guess we'll send this one down to here. And one of these was poking around last night. Has some better, yeah, there's one with Heinkels. Was it this one? Yes. Top. Okay. The top one will send you guys down here as well. Oh, I'm doing great, John. Did the SA ever have divisions? Yes, it did in a way. And I can get to that. Let me just check up some of the SGS garrison units which have heavy, put those in harbors. That might be good. Hello, Turnlow. Was your neck of the woods a bit ago? Oh, you were out here in California? Where I build full garrison divisions to hold the west wall and put those on. Yeah, I've done that type of thing in Hearts of Iron 3. Send CAS or fighter bombers. Well, we're sending some fighters and we're sending some medium bombers. Actually, I watch live on YouTube TV for bigger 30. Oh, yep, that works while you chat on Twitch, so I can do this. Well, cool. That's fine. You can do that, and that actually gives me two watches, one on each service. Great, that helps. Okay, so we're sending that down. We're sending Guderian down there. What did I want to address? Stuka is good. SA divisions. Okay. In Hearts of Iron 3, if you play Black Ice with my sub mod, you'll get as historically as I could get, and I've gone into episodes of how the research that I did to put SA on the map as a bad garrison unit. They were designed as a reserve for the army. There's a long history of that. And when you hear about late war Germany, late 1944, early 1945, and you hear about why do I always blank on the Volkssturm, the People's Army, and Volksgrenadiers, but Volkssturm, that is largely the SA. Okay, I mean that's heavily the SA. There's also all kinds of other people there too in it, but it's just everybody sort of moved into that. So that is sort of that. But also before that, there's the Field Herrenhalle Division. It starts out as a regiment and then goes on. That is largely recruited. No, there's millions. By 1939, there's millions, multiple millions of SA men just drafted in and dispersed about the army. Okay, just sort of everywhere in the army. Hitler likes that because he believes that the army will be more loyal with the ideologically loyal SA men inside the army. It's a big deal to Hitler. But sort of late war, there's a drive to recruit and train up what eventually sort of becomes actually sort of a core of several divisions, the Field Herrenhalle division, that is largely made up of SA men recruited into that. So that I would sort of say they're wearing army uniforms, but they have a special cuff title. I think that's about it. That's really, on the uniform that's different than regular, but they have a special cuff title, and it is sort of promoted as being the SA. Look at how great the SA is in the army. There are also a bunch of SA. The SA in the Sudetenland is trained up very heavily on weapons and in tactics because it was meant to sort of be a guerrilla army to spark incidents with the Czechs so that then the German army can come in and protect the Germans from, bad Czech government. Well, at least one sort of standarten of them is well equipped and is used as a frontline combat unit in the invasion of Poland. And there's a whole book written on that way back in in 1940 or whatever in German, promoting that up. So there's that one sort of incident. That's sort of about it. It's not big, like you have the SS in the military. How do you think building up phase in Hoi 4 BICE? Well, they're doing a pretty good job. Like I say, I've only made it to just the start of 39 and another sort of test playthrough. So we're still going through this. We're the SA militia. Yes. The SA, back in 1924 and whatnot, are made up of almost entirely World War I veterans. By the time you're getting to 1936, many of the SA, the older guys, have sort of aged out of. There are some sort of actually reserve SA units and whatnot, but they've sort of cleaned out a lot of the old guys by this time. But the SA is set up, and again, my mod Third Reich Events goes into this and looks at it at detail, is actually a training formation, if you will, that is training not just SA men, but everybody, including the Hitler Youth, including just regular people. There is one, quote unquote, sports badge, one of the literally very few, and there's 3 grades of it, non-military badges that are allowed to be worn on Army and or Navy or Luftwaffe uniforms. And it is the SA sports badge. But the sports are like marching, long marches across the country, doing that in a certain amount of time, throwing practice grenades. There's a whole sort of military training element to this sports badge. It's sort of like a fitness badge, shall we say, and not meant to be political because you didn't need to be in the SA to get the badge. You just had to go through the training to get the badge. And a lot of young men that were going to go into the army that were, because the way the National Socialist regime sets up, there's the Hitler Youth. Now, there's sort of a real sort of young kids Hitler Youth, but then there's the main sort of Hitler Youth ages. Then after you get out of the Hitler Youth, you're supposed to go into the RAD, the Reich Arbeitsdienst, which is the German labor service. You're supposed to go into that, and it varies how long you're supposed to be in that. It's partially based on war conditions and whatnot. And then after, somewhere between 6 months and 2 years, I would say, and it can vary over time. After you go from that, then be drafted into the armed services, whether naval, Luftwaffe, or Army. So that is sort of the path. And at least the older half of the Hitler Youth and during the RAD, you get paramilitary or, sort of military training, sort of getting you ready to go into the Army. So, yeah, it is, and especially like right now in 1936. Oh, actually, Ernst Röhm was a government agent that down in Bavaria area that was responsible, and I'll get to some of the stuff here with the Freikorps, is set up to liaison with basically the Freikorps and do some weapons training and sort of try to keep the guns in secret government arsenals, not to permanently pass them out, but pass them out, train for, a day, a few hours, whatever, and then turn them back into secret arsenals that weren't really counted for any of the Versailles inspectors. And one of the Freikorps that he's dealing with is the early SA, and he eventually becomes, in charge of the SA. So he sort of gets co-opted by the Nazis, but he's sent around and he coordinates with others. That's sort of his job for a while as a government agent / army agent, whatever you want to call it. So from those days, that was meant to that if, I don't know, Czechoslovakia decides to take more German territory, or, what are the boundaries of Poland? Is Poland going to grab up more territory? Like we see at the collapse of, Austria-Hungary, both Austria and Hungary losing various territories, as sort of a reserve militia unit. Well, that continues through to the end of the National Socialist regime, if you will, because I don't know if you should watch, if you haven't, the movie The Great Escape. It's a prisoner of war movie. Germans, in a German prisoner of war camp. Well, when they get out, and this is one of the duties of the SA, and they show it a bit in the movie, is that they're sort of mobilized in that area to, hunt for these escaped prisoner of war. Whenever there were downed airplanes in a region for, the bombing later in the war, the SA was, called out, because the SA is still continuing to exist, even though there's a lot of the people, it's gutted for manpower. Most of it's in the Army, but there's still a lot of people that are maybe an essential war worker. So he's a young man, but he's doing he's making munitions or something that's more important than just having another guy out on the front line carrying rifles. But he's also a member of the SA. Or you get an older veteran, but still young enough to participate in the SA and still fit enough there. These people are called up to do that, and also called up to, say, clear up bomb damage, rescue people from, collapsed buildings and whatnot from the bombings. So the SA is functioning as a militia, more and more as a state militia as time goes on, and then just everybody, including the SA, is pulled into the Volkssturm at the very end of the war. But that is part of it being pulled up. Yeah, more value assuring loyalty to the Fuhrer. Yes, that's very true. Hello, Dominic Lakotos, how you doing? Have you heard about the Russian Freedom Legion? Yeah, I've heard about it. Talked a little bit about one of my contacts in Ukraine about them. I'm still not quite sure what I make of them. There's a lot of fog of war. Did the SA use outdated equipment? Yes, certainly, as well as modern equipment too. The Sudetans were former... Yeah, I'm sure there was some former Czech army element in the Sudeten German SA. They're like older Freikorps, but transformed into... Yeah, that's very true. Not sure if that word gets censored. It very well might. I don't have it to be censored, but I'm not sure. So much for central planning. Ludendorff kind of links the Freikorps to the National Socialist, although the beer hall push, doesn't he? Yeah, well, Ludendorff is his own kind of nut job. He has his own sort of pseudo party until his death. That is, I don't speak German, so I'm just taking reports of what other people have said about. He had a every other week publication until basically his death that was helped edited by his wife. That was supposedly a bit more loony than National Socialism was. So he is his own type of looniness. Great partner to Hindenburg in the war as a military general, but he is as nutty politically, racially, whatever as the Nazis ever were, if not more so. Again, I have not read his work because I don't read German enough to do that. So, yeah, so the SA stays around to the end. It's functioning as various elements of a militia would, like hunting for downed pilots, including downed German pilots if they're parachuted and injured and whatnot, and doing all of that kind of stuff, and partly for recruiting purposes to try to do it. I've talked about it at length in some other videos, so I'm not going to go much more into it now, the details of it, but it's a big thing. But I don't know which one. I can only pick one of these, right? Okay, so are we going to... we're still in mid 36, but do I push to 37 on something? I guess we do. Yeah, we'll do better. It'll still happen fairly quickly, though. Yeah, I'm sure, and well, because the essay mostly, because we do have the Sudeten essay that is, especially after the taking over the rest of Czechoslovakia, is equipped with Czech weapons. And then there's also like an SA unit that's formed down here when Germany takes over part of this that does anti-partisan work. But most of the time, the SA don't have rifles, in the sense that the rifles are spread around Germany. Whether it's in 1936 or 1943, the rifles are mostly spread around Germany in armories, and they're only passed out when they want to pass them out and handed over to SA units, and then they're put back into the arsenal. So they're mostly under control of the army, and so it's whatever is in those arsenals, because you can look at various end-of-war film footage of them being handed out, things like Enfield rifles or Mosin Nagants or whatever stuff is laying about, they'll use. So it's not just the Gewehr 98s, but it's whatever. Seems a Russian, is backed by a group of former Russian deputies, congressmen. Yeah, I don't know what to think about the Russian Freedom Legion. Yeah, we'll do BF 110s eventually, Pickle. Pretty. Why would they be better than Poland? Well, I'm talking small arms here, not like artillery and whatnot. But Poland used a version of the Mauser rifle. Czechoslovakia used a version of the Mauser rifle. Czechoslovakia, as a light machine gun, used the ZB-26. Very good light machine gun. An updated version becomes the Bren gun. Bren is a short contraction of Bruno and Enfield together to get Bren. So it's just a 303 upgrade of, minor updating of the ZB-26. The Poles used a version of the Browning automatic rifle as their light machine gun. Now, I could probably argue that the ZB-26 is a little better than the BAR as a light machine gun, but the Polish version is very good. Their medium machine gun, the Poles, use a water-cooled version of the Browning machine gun. I don't know if it's more like the 1917, which is the American one with the water jacket, or the 1919 is the American Browning machine gun without the water jacket, but they have different internals inside of them between the 1917 and 1919. I don't know if the Polish, I just don't know enough about the Polish version, if the Polish version is a 1919 but with a water jacket, or whether it's more like the 1917. And there's minor differences, and I don't know enough about the details. And I would argue that's better. And I forget the actual designation of the larger ZB machine gun. That's a medium machine gun on a tripod that the Czechs use, which is a rather good one. But I would say the Colt or the Colt/Browning machine gun is better. So yeah, I would say about the same ultimately between Czech and Poland. Light weapons. Yeah, I would say at the time the best two versions of the BAR in the heavy version is probably the Belgian version. There is a very limited production, I think in like less than 100 BARs out of Belgium that actually have a quick change barrel. They actually do that before World War II, but it's, I think, very limited production. And that's sort of a heavy version with a pistol grip, heavy bipod, fairly heavy version, or the Colt Monitor, which is a BAR. Recently saw a recent YouTube video of it, the Colt Monitor being fired from the shoulder, and it has a big old cuts compensator on the muzzle brake. It's heavy, but it's effective, and they were shoulder firing the Colt Monitor is that version of the BAR, and then on this guy, and it looked very easy to keep it on target, not have it climb, and look like staying on target. So between those two, the Belgian and and which is not the version that one of the worst BARs of versions is the version that the American Army decides to pick and use for World War II. That sort of brings people's estimation of the BAR down, because instead of like the early one, the ones that Browning does early on meant to be a semi-automatic or an automatic rifle, not meant to be a machine gun. It's meant to be a rifle that's either, it has a selector that goes from safe, I don't forget the exact order, but safe, semi-auto, and full auto, where the American World War II one has a safe, slow fire, fast fire. So even when you want to just maybe, you can, with practice, you can just touch off one round, but you got to concentrate to do that. So and a few other design choices on the World War II American Browning is sort of some of the worst choices of the BAR to be made. So yeah, and they did. Now, of course, Germany, very thankfully for the German perspective, Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Belgium all use the German caliber. So all of the BARs that they capture from either Poland or Belgium are in the German caliber, from the military ones that they get a hold of, and all their machine guns and all their rifles are of the German caliber. So all that stuff can just be used in German equipment without much changing. In fact, neither deserve what they got. Oh well, yeah. I'm not saying anybody deserves being conquered by the Nazis. Poland had domestic production of anti-tank rifles. Yeah, and I think that the Czechs, I think they did too. I'm not up on all the anti-tank rifles. Yeah, the Belgians got some of the best Browning design small arms before World War II. Absolutely. Polish main machine gun. Yeah, it has definitely the water-cooled barrel of the 1917, but I don't know if internally they're the same. And would have to reread. There's some controversy about Poland and the Browning guns. One of them they got the license for, and I forget whether it was the Browning or the BAR, or the machine gun, and the other one they didn't. They just ripped off and used without a license. And especially the one that they ripped off is a bit more of a reverse engineered, so it's not maybe 100%. Okay. Industrial support for the nationals. Yeah, we'll give up a factory. We get for 100 days, they get an off-map factory for them. Economic support for the nationalist popularity. Add off okay, that'll cost us another civilian factory, but I think we want to do this, so let's do both of those. Yeah, I know the Czechs Czechs made I don't know. I just honestly don't know if Poland made their own artillery. I know the Skoda was definitely, and Skoda was the main heavy gun manufacturer for the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and of course it ends up in Czechoslovakia. So the Czechs are making heavy artillery, anti-tank guns, regular artillery pieces, mountain artillery. They've got manufacturing capabilities for all of that, and they're exporting a lot of it as well as using it for themselves. I just don't know because Poland was making its own tanks, but I'm not even sure if the engines. I'm not sure. Now you can in a workshop turn out slowly one engine at a time. It's mass production that gets hard to do with engines. So I'm not even sure if they're importing engines, because it's one thing to either rivet together or weld together plates to make the whole of the tank, and I think they're making their own tank guns, but I'm just not quite sure. I don't know. I know a shit ton about World War II, but I know that there's 10 times more to know about World War II than I know about World War II. And you guys probably know a bunch of things I don't know about World War II, and there's a whole lot of stuff like that. I know a lot, but there's a whole lot more to know, and I know enough to know that I don't know it all. So, yeah, there's just a lot of details out there that I just can't always do checks. Okay, didn't Poland use Lewis machine guns? Aren't asked. I think only as leftover World War I surplus that gets spread around as anti-Bolshevik measures. I don't think they really properly adopted or manufactured any. I don't think so. Actually got Guderian's Panzer book from Tank Museum. Yes. Oh yes. I have their limited edition we got recently because I pre-ordered for it, their sort of Tiger instruction book for the Tiger tank that they published. I forget the exact name of that. I got that. But yeah, I've read both of Guderian's books. Both his pre-war book about we'll put you up over Catalonia, I guess, and you go after air superiority, and you guys, we're gonna put you up over here to support ground forces, because I think we're still fighting PS. Yeah, no, they published some cool things. So it's been years. I have both of the Guderian's books on my shelves. Oh, the Schwarzschild? I'm not saying it's a bad gun. I just, mechanically. But the Schwarzschild looks awkward as a machine gun. The Austrians continue to use it, but I think I don't know, mostly out of surplus supplies from World War I, left over. But outside of Austria-Hungary, nobody adopts it, so I'm not. Yeah. I have sort of a low opinion of it, just based on that nobody really wanted to buy it, as an export. They're not like a lot of guns, like the Madsen gun, which stays in production until the 60s or something. Gets sold to Latin America. The Browning machine guns get sold everywhere. They're still using the MG42. They call it the MG3 in Germany, but in 308. So there's a lot of stuff that's been around and used a lot more. I mean, it can be a favorite, not necessarily be good, just because it's different, interesting. My favorite machine gun design in general, really. It's just a lot of fun. Would totally try making a modern version of the Had a Gun Making Company just for my own amusement. Yeah, okay. Recently found out that the Panzer III at a point had a short-barreled 75. Yes, the Panzer IIIN, Pickle. I love that little tank in War Thunder when I play it. Check it out tomorrow. I'll probably play it some tomorrow. The Tiger Fable full of cartoons. Yes. Hello, Lieutenant Luigi 25. Yes, it is. And this is sort of an English translation of it. It's a really cool book. And it's meant to be I was it Sally or whatever, I forget. Like the U.S. printed a comic book to how to train soldiers how to use the M16 when it first come out. They often use sort of pictures and sort of comic book kind of things for soldiers training manuals to try to interest them into reading, and that's sort of what it is for the Tiger Fibble. Yes, and it has that. Hello. Oh, Lorginas. Main new artillery dedicated factory was finished in 1938 in Stolawola, and it was producing various guns, but short time because the Germans take them over and they used it insensitively for production of the 88. Okay, very interesting. Good. So they did produce their own artillery starting in late. But artillery is a difficult thing to produce, and so that's why many nations to this day don't produce their own artillery. Air superiority, just go burr, hail the condors. Yeah, just watch. The Civi journals aren't on our German national site, although it doesn't matter. Yeah, in Poland. Yes, thank you. Yeah, and I don't know, Sally or something like that. I forget that they printed up a book. Just a cheapie for the M16 was a cheapie sort of throwaway. Hand out to each soldier as he got an M16, and had sort of a cute cartoony girl that was there. Okay. Franz von Papen at this point, 1936, was hanging out in Austria trying to get Austria into there. I know I've talked about that before. Okay. Trying to see. Yeah. You definitely don't want Roost. Postmaster General. Instruction speed. Naval Division speed. Consumer factories. Resource efficiency gain, relations cost, trade, escort efficiency, fuel gain per oil up 1% max. Resource storage up 5%. That's nice. Okay. Production efficiency, ability. Well, I think we will use Von Papen here as the best sort of option for us at the moment. Reminds me when the U.S. government revamped its aesthetics in the early 70s under Nixon. Nixon, man, he did so much stuff. Oh, yes, Nixon had that one sort of, Nixon did not order the Watergate stuff. Everything I've read, including G. Gordon Liddy's biography, but Nixon later found out about it and then lied about it. And that's what he did wrong. He lied about the Watergate. Instead of fessing up and go, yep, some of my agents did it, broke in to the office and they did a bad thing. Instead of fessing up about it, he tried to hide it. The cover-up got him. SPG Krebs today. Okay. The one fighting, yes. So yeah, Nixon wasn't a bad president. Like I say, he lied about the one incident, and that cost him his presidency. Then, of course, nowadays that wouldn't be anything to cost him the presidency, lying about it. You got Clinton lying about what is, and all kinds of other BS going on. So yeah, it was back when people cared. People don't care anymore. Just your use of, yeah, and well, he got caught. I'm not excusing what he did. He got caught is what becomes the problem. Okay, so we sent a bunch of equipment, support equipment, light artillery, and some infantry tanks to Poland. Very good. Okay, can't quite do that yet. Oh, let's see here. Hold on. Let's see, is it still here? Or do I have to reopen it? Oh, here's Gamer's Guide. This was by, I think it's Folk, isn't it? Did you put it in general? Yeah, Folk. Folk made this. Folk. Okay, so what year? He made a guide for me to go through the national focuses. So it is August 9th, 1936. So let's, and it's posted. Anybody can download this PDF in the Discord server. Okay. August. Okay, support national. August plan is what he says. Free military factories. Okay. Well, Hitler's speech is what he thinks after that. So what he is suggesting is here. There we go. 32 days. 32 days. We already have that. 56 civilian factories. Okay. Now he put a lot of time and effort in this, but I'm going to go with a different route, and I'll explain why. He's suggesting to do this, and it takes 32 days, and it will unlock these military factories and other stuff down through the tree, and that is very good. But what this will do will give us 2 civilian factories and other benefits, and unlock some of these other things here, other national focuses. Why is this better? And because this is 32. Well, quite honestly, with only 2 divisions fighting, I don't need a lot of equipment. If it will, focus the artillery that we need, the, light artillery that we need, the horse transport that we need to keep the 2 divisions working, I can suffer through under-equipped infantry divisions with not enough horses and wagons for them. Okay, I can suffer through that because I'm not actively fighting. But what I am doing is actively building factories. Whether it's building civ factories right now or later military factories, it's better to get the factories that build the other factories going earlier than just getting your production up. At least that's my opinion to an extent, because we're not looking at starting the war until at very earliest late 39, if not pushing it into spring 1940, which we may do. I'm not sure of what will be our thing. So we're changing that up to do that first. So I'm saying that is of a higher priority to get done. Anyway, back to the game. What's the naval plan going to be? Avoidance of major naval battles. Try to do what we can without that. I doubt capital ship focus, but surface raiding or more U-boats. Once we get through this production of, well, some of these are barely produced, but a lot of them here are enough produced that I'm just going to go through these, get all of these done, including that, and then switch everything up, what's left over to U-boat production, and maybe some factories over, naval factories over into convoys, just to make sure we don't go. Did artillery have muzzle brakes in the 1930s? I'm not. Well, yeah. I mean, if you're talking anti-tank artillery, which is a type of artillery, anti-tank guns, not anti-tank rifles, they definitely had muzzle brakes. I'm thinking of the Czech 37 and the Czech 47, which is sort of the stronger, better millimeter anti-tank guns, they had muzzle brakes on it. I remember from photos and pre-war stuff. Now you got to realize muzzle brakes for the crew are not necessarily a good thing, because if you're sort of standing near the gun when it goes off, depending on the design of the muzzle brake, it can put more of the blast and sound and other effects back on the gun crew. So, you know, and I know most heavy artillery today, you know, there's, I mean, it varies. Yeah. And I guess the 25 pounder had a muzzle brake on it, didn't it? That was at least late 30s. I don't know when the 25 pounder, the British sort of multi-purpose artillery piece, had a muzzle brake, I believe. So yeah, they were around in that time. It was a new update on Black Ice. So this is Black Ice on the newest, not beta version, but the newest standard version of Hoi 4. And this is recently released. I think, not this week that's just ending, but last week, like Thursday of last week, there is when this was released as the standard version. And money in Hoi 3 more than civilian military. Yeah, money is a medium of exchange that is sort of lost here on this game. I would agree with that. You kind of sell weapons for exchanging in of factories and whatnot, but still it's not quite the same thing. Okay. South Africa rejects suggestions. Okay, whatever. It was an 18-pounder carriage with a 25-pounder barrel. Yeah, I know of the 25-pounder, but I don't know the details, shall we say, of the 25-pounder. Okay, so we've got that. We have, because I'm trying to research efficiently here of the 2 slots that we can. Okay, the next thing would be just a, let's do this. It's the next best thing. Get that done. Production, yes, we can produce updated vehicles. But right now, I'm just going to keep my efficiency up and continue to produce these vehicles until we get the Kuba wagon, and then just switch over. Waiting for my to get here. I know you guys were, hopefully this is interesting to both the people live and watching later. We're chatting about things. Okay. All right, now, again, 36. Looking for 36. We can't do radio equipment. I think it's maybe being done in another slot here, or we will. Oh no, it's a 37 technology, actually, I think. Okay, we got paratroopers. So basically we've done all of the 36 technologies. So let's start doing 37s. What other decisions can we do at this time? Okay. 149. Okay, we'll do Operation Ursula as well. Okay, keep that going. Okay, well, now various things have ended, plus getting back some more stuff. I think some of the effects we can build. My basic plan is through 1936, sometime into 37 at least, basically build civilian factories. I don't know that that's the best choice. It's sort of my Hearts of Iron 3 Germany strategy just being used here. Okay, we have 2 divisions here. Let's just put them on trains and get them over to here. Also take very long. Lots of air flying around here, it looks like. Okay, well, we'll let them get a little more organized here. Organized enough for me. Attack. We can cut off those guys from retreating and push in along the coast here. Okay, Chinese development. Okay. Siege on the world stage. New countrymen. Nice, I guess. Oh, this also looks like Hoi 4 doesn't have HQs. Does have bicycles for Japan, though, but that's not a good trait. Well, the best thing that it has, and it's been a long, hard fight, is we've got army commanders that you can, like, let's jump down over to this other German theater. Is basically Dietrich is being a divisional commander functionally, but really it is set up for army commands. These are armies. These are army groups, basically. So, and there is also a pseudo-divisional guy that sort of sits there. It's all pre-generated, not historical names, not anything. That this guy will he's sort of like earning traits for the division, basically. Over time, he'll earn traits. You can, if he does enough, you can decide to promote him up to a regular sort of general if you want to do that path. But he'll earn traits commanding the division. Well, I've not played... Hi, hello, Tinky. Good to have you here. Bicycles are DLC. Yeah. In my opinion, Hoi 4 is an overreaction to the real complaints of Hoi 3. That's how I would... Okay, that attack didn't work out. Why it didn't, but it didn't. Okay, well. Things that people complained about instead of fixing them. And what does fixing mean? I know that's sort of a vague term. But, you know... No, let's drive around this way. We'll see if we occupy that port. Instead of improving them, or whatever you want to say, they decided to go with removing of features. Oh. Well, if you're into urban planning and you have the idea that bicycles should be a significant part of it, man, you're doing bad urban planning. Bicycles should not be any significant element of any urban planning. Yeah, we'll do the... let's do this. Maybe we'll just skip the first version of this to get in production. Never really got into 3 because I lacked the patience, but I taught myself 4 and played it. Yeah, I understand. See, that's part of the problem with 3 is I got into it first, and I was an instinctual player because I played so many, board games. But for a lot of people, it isn't. And it's like the command structure. And one thing that people didn't like to do is micromanage what general is in charge of what division. Well, you could easily do an AI if-then statement based upon traits and other things to put generals more or less into the appropriate, I'm not saying historically correct, this guy in whatever division. I'm just saying if you have mountain traits, put him in charge of a mountain division, kind of thing. Some simplistic things like that could have been done. And a few other elements that would have made what they had work easy. Instead of doing that, they just gutted it. Hello, folk. I am using your, if you didn't hear earlier, your PDF file as a guide, though I'm rejecting some of the stuff so far. But yeah, the pony mod for her is weird. Yeah. Oh, it's well done. I played it once. I don't know if I'm going to go back to it, but I played it once. Netherlands must suck to live in, even though it goes up, but I never actually hear from people there. Where no one likes bikes in winter, North America. Bikes, the reason bikes are bad, I'm talking not that you shouldn't allow bikes to exist or anything like that, but if you're planning for it, bikes limit you, people. Bikes are, and yeah, I know places like Amsterdam or Copenhagen, oh, they're all bike friendly. Yeah, but like in winter or the rain, and you need to get to work or get home from work, you got to go biking in the rain. And like going to work, it limits how far away you can work from where you live. And yes, I understand, and I've been to Amsterdam, haven't been to Copenhagen, but I've been to a bunch of European cities. I understand that they're built more on the human scale as opposed to where I live in California, where every major city except for San Francisco is built on the scale of the automobile. I understand the idea of not building it as planning for a city on, cars, but by requiring human muscle to get to work, it limits people. And I know a lot of people, for some reason, want to limit human activity. Use less energy. No, use more of everything. Now, that doesn't mean, pollute, but use more energy. We should be super abundant in energy. We have so much energy available. We should be super abundant in it. And yeah, I understand, again, the historical, sometimes you're dealing with a medieval city, one of the worst examples of city dealing in the modern is Venice, yeah, it's sort of romantic, and I've been to Venice, and it's all cool, the canal. But do you really want to live in a city that at least what we would consider the ground floor of the buildings floods once in a while? So don't put anything terribly valuable there in the ground floor, and then one floor up might or might not flood. And you see, okay, I get it that you're living in an archaic city, but that's not city planning. That's dealing with what this sort of canal boats and whatnot. And I would say Venice would have gone away if it wasn't such a tourist attraction nowadays. But maybe I'm wrong about that statement. But it makes sense in the Dark Ages when you're using that to fight off the barbarian invasions, and you're able to sit out on your little island cities and survive. Yeah, that does make sense. But modern, no. buses are not as bad as bikes, but they're also sort of a failure and a 19th century, because buses start as a horse-drawn thing. It's really mass transit systems, whether they're an underground, above ground, you can build it like a monorail. I know there's a early 20th century or whatever above ground one in Warple or someplace in Germany like that. I've seen photos of it. So yeah, Warple here, I think it is. So it could be like a monorail that's above ground that has minimal impact on people living around it, or underground systems. Those can efficiently move large groups of people around the city, and so you can live on one side of the city and work conveniently on the other side of the city. And yeah, if you're going to be in the countryside, you need automobiles, or again, you are super limiting yourself by human power, the time it takes, even if you don't take into the weather, the dangers of bikes, being hit. We'll ban automobiles. Fuck that. Automobiles, whether they're eventually a self-driving electric or hydrogen car that's environmentally friendly, great. But automobiles are the ability to move around rapidly. And again, if you eventually get good self-driving stuff, they can move very rapidly, sort of create little mini trains around and move around quite good. That bikes are a bad limiting thing for society, for human activity. Yes, my mother loved riding her bike. Probably part of the reason she got as sick as she did, because of several injuries that she had. But she loved riding her bike, but she did it around what was mostly, shall we say, bike-friendly neighborhoods. Though one dog bite that was severe. While riding a bicycle, it chased her and bit her in the calf. But yeah, so the idea that you're planning and driving humanity to go back to the bicycle is bad for the future of humanity. It just is. That whole viewpoint of it. And if you want to do I think electric scooters are I would not be caught dead on electric scooters. But if you want to talk an electric bike, and I get the fitness element, I get the fitness element, but it's the idea of being able to be mobile. Humans need to be mobile. And electric bikes, you can, without quite going to motorcycle type speeds or whatever, you can get around if you're willing to put up with that danger. I know this just may be me and my viewpoints here, but the idea of dollar-backed energy or electricity. Yeah, well, we just need to get into more modern electrical production. Eventually, it should help be driving towards fusion production, and just have mega amounts of, because we have plenty of water to feed the fusion reactors, just mega amounts of energy, and just doing that. Americans and your zoning don't help with not owning a car. I didn't move my Polo in 2 months. Glad it still starts. Okay. No need for cars most times. Hello, Troop. How you doing? Oh, and over on YouTube, okay. Hello, Julio. It looks like a spamming thing over there. Over on Rumble. You got to remember to look over there. So depends on the public transport. Europe is awesome. Yeah, I'm okay with well-organized public transports, and buses are somewhere between, are better than bicycles, but not as good as because but not as good as getting something off the road, like a you know, whether it's a rail system of some sort, shall we say. I believe we should use lots of energy, specifically more greener. Green is bullshit communist talk. Green is bullshit communist talk. Don't ever give me green as anything, because it depends. Because everything has its costs. It just how much pollution versus how much energy. But those people that are arguing for less energy are also arguing for people to continue to live in abject poverty around the world. Energy should not be any restraining ability. Well, private jets, well, yeah, as things, happy if they eat bugs. That's leaves beef for me. Well, I mean, if they want to eat bugs, they can eat bugs. Some places around the world actually want to eat bugs. Bottleneck's always going to make traffic jams. Well, yeah, and that's sort of why I don't want buses or bikes on the roads, to keep the automobiles flowing effectively. When everyone starves, we reach total equality. Yeah, logic never fails. So yeah, I want abundance of energy. Energy is the thing that limits human activity, or the lack thereof. And I want people from all over the world to have non-interventionist agreement, whatever. We're okay. You guys start attacking there again, so that you're pinning these forces to allow these guys to move into here and defend there, and that cuts them off from the port, so they can't get supplies, even if they were going to send supplies, which I don't know if they were or weren't. Made pseudo self-healing roads. I think it was volcanic ash that they put inside the roads. Okay, I don't know about. Well, they're not all Roman roads are equal. Okay, just as a basic statement, but Roman roads probably wouldn't stand up to modern weight limitations or pressures. I do believe what Roman cement, and a lot of it came from, dug up from below the city and area of Rome, from volcanic ash. And we're still, we sort of kind of have it figured out, meaning we make something that we call Roman cement. And I talked to an engineer a while ago, and he didn't know anything about this, who was dealing with building stuff. Because I think a trade secret and lost in inactivity, the exact percentage of materials, whether their ideal percentage was correct or not, I don't know. So we've sort of reinvented Roman cement. Is better than Portland cement, which is what we normally think of as cement things and what's going on. So to sort of talk specific, Roman cement has the attribute of being able to, one, harden underwater. You don't have to like, I remember like when I was a kid, my dad had the old driveway ripped up and had the new one poured down, and then even then it still ended up cracking and whatnot, and even though he was watering it to try to have it dry out simultaneously, because get the water out, because there was sort of water. It was the ground that it was poured onto was sort of a wet earth, and when they pulled the stuff up, they go, yeah, maybe let it dry a little while longer. And he did it, I think, like a day or two longer, but still, how long are you going to live without a driveway? But Roman cement will dry underwater, and in salt water, it actually hardens up and is harder than it not being in water at all, or in not being in salt water. It actually hardens up harder. So it has some abilities that modern cement doesn't. I'm not saying it's the perfect cement or the best we can do, but I do believe it is better than most modern cement mixtures. So yeah, my problem with out green is we stopped getting gas from Russia. Well, I mean, you shut down your um, nuclear power plants. Now, I understand why Japan, partially an emotional reaction for some of them, partially a very real reaction of the uh, boy, I'm forgetting the name. Um, Fukushima, wherever Fukushima is, I think it's around here. The Fukushima earthquake and then the tidal wave that flooded out the nuclear power plant. Well, yeah, coastally, and since you have those types of events happening, probably you should not put a nuclear power plant along the coast of Japan. But they even shut down a few that were fairly inland and using other water sources too, I believe. So, yeah, in some areas, maybe it is best not to use nuclear because of things like that, and you do not want to shut down nuclear power plants too rapidly. It causes problems. I didn't mean green energy like you mentioned it, by the way. Okay, yeah, but I just whenever people say green, I see that as a limiting. Elon Musk, who is a proponent of electricity, including electric cars, obviously, with his company. And in my opinion, at least on current technology and current likely near future technology, electric cars are a dead end and not a good idea because batteries. I believe the lithium batteries are a significant fire hazard. I believe that the but that's sort of a minor thing. I believe that batteries are too slow to recharge and too difficult to easily swap out. Like pulling up to the gas station, swap your batteries. Just meaning you don't own your batteries. You're just constantly changing them out. Is too much of a limiting factor. The problem with what I think is the proper solution for an internal combustion engine of the future, and there's probably a few minor technical hurdles to get over, is hydrogen. And one of them, of course, is separating hydrogen from oxygen, meaning separate it with water energy efficiently, meaning not use as much energy as it does to then later you burn the hydrogen in the car, which has 0 emissions. But another thing is, and he likes to post tweets that shows how much space, land space down here, something like this much of Africa could give all the electricity in the world for, solar. Well, fine, but unless we're really going to go over to a Nikola Tesla, transmit electricity through the air, and if that causes cancer or not, I don't know. I know people claim that live near lots of big power lines get cancer, and they normally don't do houses right next to big power line things anymore. Whether that's real or just imagined, I'm not sure. Getting the electricity from somewhere where there's lots of sunshine to where there isn't. I understand that he's not necessarily suggesting one big square out in one location, but some areas just are less suitable for electricity from the sun. 2, solar panels, my understanding, last somewhere between 10 and 20 years before most of them start falling apart. And I don't know how easy it is to recycle them, and maybe not that hard. I don't know. And I don't know the cost of recycling, cost and energy and production time. But I don't think solar currently, with the solar cells that we currently have, is the way to go. I don't think wind is the way to go. I think solar and wind are stopgap measures for places without a lot of infrastructure, where you can either plunk down a solar, small, either a backpack solar panel. That sounds really cool, for backpacking, or small set of solar panels for some village, or if there's a consistent wind somewhere and you want to plunk down a small, like an old windmill that would pump, some water out of the ground, for human and or like animal use, or a big windmill, big thing. You want to plunk that down without building a whole huge infrastructure ranging across large amounts of underdeveloped and or difficult to go through terrain, yeah, sure. Those kinds of things are stopgap measures or specialty measures I'm fine with. But trying to power your nation on solar or wind power, I think right now is limiting energy use and is bad long term. It is. Sure, Sing, what do you want to? I'll check. Ask me about way 4. Roman concrete. Yes. Okay. Hello, challenge boys. Roman concrete. Problem is they change the formula depending on what needs, almost never going to work. Okay, I don't know. Yeah, Fukushima, going back to that. Sending Panzer to Spain, division Spain costs tons of fuel, which, yeah, it's, uh, okay, that's not really the problem, folk, with fuel. I'll get to that in just a second. Let me get through the stuff, depending on what they do. I think Japan will care more just getting the energy they need more than they care about not using nuclear. Well, we'll see how Japan goes. Concrete gamer. Okay, you asked me. Undecided on YouTube showcases a lot of new battery technologies, and I heard that one tech that he doesn't cover uses diamonds as batteries. Well, could be, but diamonds are sort of expensive, and I know industrial diamonds are cheaper than high quality whatever, jewelry diamonds. But yeah, we may figure out good batteries, but there's people that are pro green, pro the left. They'll go, hey, here's this small electric engine and how great it is to power this car. How are internal combustion engines gonna be able to work? But then if you go, yeah, look at how much battery life how much mass in batteries do you need to do that same thing versus how much volume in fuel, gasoline or diesel or whatever you need to run the same thing. And when you look at the fuel side of it, the metric goes heavily in favor of fuel, internal combustion engines over electricity. Electricity, if you have it plentifully, and if you're using things that are mostly short range, city cars, that kind of thing, the problem is charging time. And yes, if you get fast charging batteries and or batteries that will store more electricity, great, that improves things. I wonder where they'll dispose of those batteries. Exactly, looks at developing countries. Yes, disposal and or recycling. I don't know how that's going in cost. Okay, folk, fusion is not considered green by the left. Yeah, and yes, I'm all for fusion if we can get it to work. And I know there's tokamaks that are sort of working, and then there's some other non-tokamak technology that's also, it's sort of like a linear type thing that's trying to crash things together. They're working on it, on fusion. If an e-car catches fire, it developed into a foam container multiple days over because they, tend to reignite. Yeah, there's still a lot of problem. Fossil fuels are a gift from God. We will never top that. Yet, Nate, no matter what we do, as far as I understand reality, we will never get away from fossil fuels entirely, because even if we're not using them for energy, we will need coal or oil, because coal is basically dried up oil, basically. We can talk about lignite and some of the other things, but it is basically dried up oil. We use that to make and I know you can make plastics out of other things too, but there is so much use out of plastics that, and this episode's gone way too long. I'm gonna have to cut it in half as it is now. We need it for its other uses, its other chemical uses than just fuel. So getting rid of oil or coal entirely is a bad thing. We still need it. We still need it for whatever you're going to do. The fear of nuclear energy nowadays, yes. Okay. We must win in Spain. We're going to definitely win in Spain. Okay, and seeing supposed to buy, or so do I own it permanently, or I have to pay money every month? No, if you're buying it on Steam or through the Paradox site, you buy it once, you own it. If you want to buy some of the DLCs, you can. But those would, the way they want to make their money is you buy the base game, and then as time goes on, they want to sell you the DLCs. But some major elements are from when they update new DLCs. There's also free updates to the main game, so you don't have to keep paying for it monthly. Hello Starstreak again. The amount of mining it would take to supply all these batteries. Yeah, there's a lot of it. Charcoal grilling, gas grilling, stay mad. Yeah, I hear you. Can't kill. No, charcoal grilling is better. Though I don't know that it's a better energy source, but it's better grilling. So now, of course, charcoal grilling can come just from burning wood, but that isn't very effective. Okay, well, we're gonna not end the live stream. It's gonna keep going, but we're gonna end this episode here. I'm gonna have to cut it in half as it is now. Too much talking, not enough playing. So thank you all for getting this far with me. Okay, yeah, don't worry, guys. We're gonna keep going here. I just want to make a save and continue on. We sort of figured out some of that. Oh God, just looked at China. Sun Yat-sen disapproves. So much quickly, Japan, you must fix the border core. Oh, well, it's, yeah, it's the various. By 1936, there was more compliance than this. And yes, these cliques and things did exist in 1936, but they all flew, except for the communists, all flew the same nationalist flag. They didn't have a different flag, okay? And they may be here and they're still doing it. So I really don't think it's a gray zone. In the 1920s, yeah, this is much more correct. But by 1936, when this game starts, yeah, it's a gray zone. It isn't absolutely wrong, but I think it's sort of overstated. These, at best, would be some sort of puppets. Oh, well, okay, we can see that one does have a different flag, and this one does here. That one, but this one, oh, well, okay, some of these are shown up as different flags. So they never did this stuff. This is modern sort of retconning, having that different flag. And at best, these would be, well, let me look at their status. Let me click over here. Yeah, autonomous warlords. Yeah, at best these would be subject states or whatever as a mechanic. That kind of thing. See, the problem is the fact that we make way too much CO2 and the planet needs CO2. Like for trees, for example, it's like putting many blankets on top of you when you sleep in your bed. Well, I don't know that we make too much CO2. What evidence do you have that we make too much CO2? I'm just, I know people say we do, but what evidence do you have that we make too much CO2? I like welded and the nuke plants that are so strict that there are many from my look. I don't see where they're falling from now. Okay, I challenge boys. I don't quite understand that question or comment. Sorry. Try to, but I feel so bad that our talk always interrupts the gameplay. Chat discipline. Well, I do like to chat with you guys, you can tell. What was the one topic I wanted to jump into? We got things on the paying for it, so yeah. And you can sing if you want to wait for it. There's often the base game goes on sale. you can look around for that. Yeah, what evidence for CO2 that is we're probably doing? Oh no, all the modern left is wanting to reduce CO2. No, that's what they talk about. Oh, you're not confusing anything. But what evidence do we have? Do you have that the CO2 that we produce is too much, or bad for the planet, quote unquote, or bad for humanity? Because some things may be good for humanity and quote unquote bad for the planet. Well, what does the planet think? The planet's just a fucking rock going around the Earth. Are we going around the sun? Sorry. Was there something else I wanted to address? Just going back up to chat. Oh, fuel. Okay, yeah, fuel. You got to realize something here. It's not this one division that's using so much fuel that we have here. Look here. You see current daily consumption 936 from the military is 400 or 143, from civilian is 792. There's a lot with this mod. The civilian economy uses a lot of fuel. That is our main fuel burning situation, not this one division and 100 aircraft flying around. So it is it is using fuel, definitely. I'm not saying it isn't, but it is not terribly a lot. All right, listen, the glorious Führer has a solution for all of these problems. He's going to save the world with his leadership. Well, in 2020. So what is that bad? What evidence do you have that in 2022 3.2% of CO2 is man-made? What evidence that it is bad? I'm not talking about whether we're producing a lot of CO2 or not. What evidence that we have is that it is doing anything bad to the environment? What evidence do you have? This is what you always have to ask the left. Not just CO2 is being produced, and if you put your mouth to the exhaust pipe of your gasoline car, you will die. Yes, you will die if you just inhale pure CO2. Yeah, I'm not going to argue you're not going to die, but like they say, it's good for the trees and the plants. You look next to a highway, it's a lot greener than other places because the plants there get a lot of more food from your cars. Involve planting so many trees that they all eat up the CO2 atmosphere and give us lots of oxygen to use when we colonize the moon. Yes, that's the plan. Yeah, what is bad? What evidence do you have that our current emissions as a human society is bad for the over? I'm not saying it may not be bad in one little spot, because I grew up in LA. When I grew up in LA, we had smog days that it was just choked with smog. It would be sort of like putting your mouth to the exhaust pipe of a car. It literally, they tell us as kids to stay indoors and whatnot, and it was bad back then. But that is partially because there's an inversion layer and whatnot that it gets trapped in this valley because the wind is sort of pushing from the sea. There's mountains on the other side, and it would sort of get trapped with a sort of temperature, so it wouldn't keep rising higher, even, because there was quote unquote inversion later. I'm not explaining this well. And so it would all get trapped here. Yes, it may be bad for a spot, but what evidence do we have that we can package excess oxygen and send it to places where it's needed? How genius. Well, that's what you do with trees. You capture it with trees and you send trees somewhere else. Yeah, oh, forget that Aryan bullshit. Yeah, now if you're saying CO2 is making the planet warm, human-caused CO2 is making the planet warmer, I don't know that it is. But a warmer planet, I think, is better. Now, too warm of a planet, too hot, that's bad. What evidence do we have? What evidence do we have that human CO2 emissions is the not even primary, but significant cause of a warmer planet. And is that warmer planet a bad thing for humanity? Absorbs, radiates heat, unlike oxygen or nitrogen, which makes up most of the atmosphere. Greenhouses gas absorb, yes. Well, because, see, I'm a historian. Just before starting this live stream, I was scrolling through Twitter, and that's why I sort of almost was sort of late starting. And I think it was somewhere in Scotland, but maybe it was Northern Ireland. I don't know. I didn't pay too close of attention, but I think it was Scotland. A bunch of quote-unquote Orangemen, I don't mean Trump people, I mean Orangemen coming from the Orangemen of Northern Ireland, had a parade. And they went past some Catholic church or some, church or something. And supposedly someone had a negative reaction to hearing the song, hearing the tune. If you're defining a song as something with words and music, where a tune is, just music, no vocalization. If you're defining a song as, words and music together, and a tune is just the music. They were playing a tune. No one was singing anything. And they were going, this is hateful. This is, I don't know, did they use racist or whatever? I think the term, and they're all complaining about this, and this is just going, I'm going, what? What? They're complaining? There's these guys marching slowly through town, and they're playing a tune, and these people were complaining. You know what the tune they were playing was? Marching Through Georgia. They were fucking complaining about marching through Georgia. Now, if you were playing that song in Georgia, because it's about the Union Army marching through Georgia, burning down Georgia, I could see why they would get upset for playing Marching Through Georgia. But they were playing Marching Through Georgia, written in 1864. It's a marching song. I don't know if the tune was used earlier. They were complaining about marching through Georgia. So I posted, and these people are going to, I don't know, I haven't gone back to Twitter to look. If somebody wants to follow me on Twitter, you can. They were complaining about it. Now, yeah, I bet you, and they were sort of quoting some of the stuff, I bet you there's some lyrics, because people reuse tunes and make up new words for the tunes, that there are some Orangemen, anti-Catholic, anti-whatever Irish, Catholic Irish tunes, or Catholic Irish songs out there. But the tune itself is Marching Through Georgia. It's your interpretation of what they're playing, because there was nowhere, I looked at the signs, there was nowhere that was spouting off anti-Catholic, because they were holding up a few banners. Nothing in the banners that I saw in the clip said like kill Catholics or what. Now, may have said that in the song that or the version of the song that they're referring to, but nowhere in the banners, it was just a pro-Protestant type banners, and they were playing the tune Marching Through Georgia. It is these people's complaining, interpreting what they're doing. Yes, they're probably meaning it with the Orangeman connotation, no doubt, but it is your interpretation. So what does that have to do with CO2 and greenhouse gases and global warming? Well, one, and the reason I knew this tune is I'm a historian and a movie buff, but I'm a historian. And so I knew this song was Marching Through Georgia. And I think that, and I did look it up on Wikipedia to not make a complete ass of myself, and it did not reference that the tune was earlier used. Now, that could just be an omission on Wikipedia's part, and it may even have an earlier use to that tune. But a lot of the marching music, that marching or martial music that we have does come out of the 19th century. Some of it going back to the 18th century, but very little actually going back to the 17th century. So I do think it's a Yankee song from the American Civil War about freeing black people and marching through Georgia. So it's about ending slavery. So they're complaining about a song about ending slavery is what they're complaining about. So they must be the racists, not the Orangemen. And I know you guys are putting out their stuff, and I'll quickly get to it here. That I also know history that during the classical era, what we would think is the Roman Empire, in the Northern Hemisphere in Europe, but I think generally in the Northern Hemisphere, do note that even with right about this picture here, right about here, is literally half the world's population. Right about like this. Just South China, this parts of India, and Indonesia and whatnot. But even with that, and this map isn't correct because they've shrunk and done some stuff Africa. But North America is off here. But with the equator going through here, yes, it goes through parts of Indonesia. Most of humanity, well more than half, probably about 80+% of humanity live in the Northern Hemisphere. So whatever it's doing in the Southern Hemisphere doesn't necessarily affect humanity too much. But in the Northern Hemisphere, during the time of the Roman Empire, it was warmer than it is today on average. It was warmer. Then the Dark Ages came. Now, there is several possibilities why it was called the Dark Ages. I do believe that one or more periods that there was either a meteorite strike, sort of like the Tunguska strike out here, and or a few volcanoes popping off that literally put a lot of ash up in the air. I do believe so. I don't have all the facts on this, but it gets colder during the Dark Ages. I do believe not that it was like dark at, the middle of the day, but that it was darker than it should be for a little bit of it. But the Dark Ages happen. It gets colder, considerably colder, almost sort of a mini ice age. And then the Middle Ages come about. And we have the Middle Ages warm period, in which you are in northern England without any idea of a greenhouse. They're building, or they're not building, they're growing grapes that are producing so much sugar, which comes from sunshine and heat, that are rivaling and interfering with the wine industry in France. So they were doing good wine grapes in northern England. Well, to the best of my knowledge, grapes don't grow well in northern England without greenhouses or something today. We know that it's called the Middle Ages warm period. And it gets warm. And then about the beginning of the Renaissance, we have another cooling period. And that cooling period, and again, I know that people are popping off with all kinds of things. Okay, Sing, have a good night. Hopefully see you tomorrow. I'll be playing War Thunder tomorrow, definitely. During the Renaissance is when, some of this is anecdotal, true. But during the Renaissance is when we first start to get wearing of the kilt in Scotland. Now, the kilt, well, okay, people who ride horses wear trousers or breeches, okay? So if you're a horse riding culture, you wear trousers or breeches. If you're not a horse riding culture, Rome was not a horse riding culture, people don't wear trousers or breeches normally. Yes, they had trousers in the Roman period because some people did ride horses. But if you ride horses, you want trousers. If you don't, most people don't wear trousers or breeches or something. Most men, peasants, poor people, would wear, but men would wear what we would call today sort of a long shirt that was often belted about the waist. That would a shirt that would go down to about your knees. Okay, maybe made out of some cotton, often out of linen or flax, but linen was quite common. and they wore these long shirts, and particularly in Scotland in the Middle Ages, in the Highlands and places, they wore long shirts. That was sort of the daily wear. Now, it rained a lot, so hey, you don't want a lot of thick clothing, so it can dry off quick. Okay, well, coming of the Renaissance, it gets colder. So what the Scots do is, since they have a lot of wool up here, they take their blanket off their bed and they wrap it about themselves. And it's called a Breakenmore or great kilt or whatever. And it is just a big blanket, and it's normally pleated in the back, and you normally have a bunch of it that comes up onto one of your shoulders, and you sort of have a pin to hold it or something up there that then you could undo, and you could bring this whole thing up over your head to sort of like blanket over your head. It's still wrapped around your waist, but covering your head from the rain and heat, because now with rain and cold you get hypothermia. So with wool you want to keep warm. So the kilt starts out as wearing a freaking blanket around you, and then as time goes on, as literally as the ability to fashion better clothing, they start making jackets out of the same material as the blanket and whatnot. And again, it depends on your poverty level or lack thereof as to how much jackets and other things. And fashion with jackets dictated that you cut off eventually a lot of the extra blanket so that it becomes sort of like a skirt. Okay, so this all happens, this all comes about. So in the Middle Ages, the Highlanders aren't wearing kilts. In the Roman period, the Highlanders aren't wearing kilts. It's coming of the Renaissance is when they start to wear the great plaid, and then that morphs into the kilt. And this is in Scotland. So we can see the Renaissance cold period. Through the Renaissance, this river, the Thames, froze over in winter so much at London, they would have frost fair. I know you guys are all saying stuff. I'll get back up to you. Frost fair, that they would do, temporary buildings that would sit on the ice in the middle of the river, and people would come out and have sort of a fair and stalls selling stuff. So a permanent sort of building for the season. I mean, not like permanent year round, but permanent for the winter. And then once the ice started to get a little too thin, then they pull off. So literally thousands of people a day out walking on this thick ice out here. The last frost fair, I think, was in 1803, but right around there, give or take 5 years. But I think it's maybe a little bit later, the last frost fair. So this is before the Industrial Revolution is hit, that you're finally seeing the Renaissance cold period, again in 1800 approximately, is finally enough that the Thames is no longer freezing over. Now, I'm not saying that in a cold winter there isn't ice on the Thames in the modern time period here, but it's not frozen solid that you can just walk on, ride your horse on, move a wagon full of heavy stuff on. That's what it was like during the Renaissance and through to the 18th century. That was frost fair. So we have been seeing warming in the Northern Hemisphere prior to the Industrial Revolution. So I don't know that we can point to either globally or large regions. I'm not talking about more heat generated in a particular local area or more pollution too much of anything is too much, but too much in a local area isn't damaging the environment or making it warmer in a small local area as that goes. But I have not seen any good evidence that is showing, and it's sort of stalled out, my understanding is that was sort of in the 90s and whatnot, that it was climbing. But and no, I don't know what's happened in the last few years, whether it's been getting warmer or not. But we have yet to reach what we understand. And again, there wasn't mercury thermometers to record it, but we, through various looking at tree rings and other sorts of things and ice layers where you can go ice layers back that are permanently there long enough to see how much thing. We don't believe it yet has gotten as warm as either the classical era or the medieval warm period in Europe. Okay, so we're not even back to what has been the normal state. If you look at what they've sort of charted out with some of the graphics that I have, what is normally more often the normal temperature for Europe, we're not even back there yet. And they're complaining about, quote unquote, global warming, and we're all going to burn up. I have yet to see anyone giving me convincing evidence that man is causing this, is the either primary or secondary or significant contributing factor to this warming. And even if you look at some of the early Al Gore stuff, well, for a while, humanity is going to get better, but then when it keeps going, it's going to get really bad. Well, yeah, for a while, if we get a bit warmer planet, I was taught in school that Greenland was a big swindle. They found Iceland, and then, they came back, and why did they call it Greenland? Oh, well, it's just to get people to move there. It was a big swindle. No, as the ice has retreated here in the last 20 or 30 years, they're finding farms. Now, it's just the rock outlines of some of the farm walls and the buildings and some of the human artifacts left behind, because all of the earth, the dead vegetable matter, is gone away because the ice has scrubbed it all away. So it can't immediately be returned to farmland. But it had been green land along the coast in the medieval period when they found the region. So with ice retreating up here, we're now finding human settlements that are obviously, you look at the way they're laid up, they're farms. They're not seal or whale or some other sort of hunting camps that Vikings are coming, or like the Eskimos that, I don't know if they were there then or whatnot, I don't know, but that are sort of, that are living on the polar extremes, hunting, fish and seals and whatnot. No, these aren't these kind of camps. These are European farms by their layouts of buildings and walls and whatnot. So this was, now, it's probably just coastal and just a bit, but there was green land that has since mostly all gone away. And so this is why I am challenging not that CO2 levels that they're recording are incorrect. I'm just challenging, one, that is it bad what's happening? And two, is it humans that are causing the temperature change? I have yet to see significant evidence that either one of those two are a fact. I believe it is, because if you look back at the very early green movements in America, and I'm talking about the early 1970s, late 1960s, is when Earth Day was started in America by a guy who kills his girlfriend and puts her in a trunk, and they find her body years later. A hippie who founds Earth Day. I forget his name. When the general scientific consensus was in the 19th century, we were heading towards an ice age. And maybe we were heading towards the ice age, and maybe man is the primary cause for the increase in CO2, and maybe that increase in the CO2 is fighting the coming ice age. If you were to look at the 1970s scientific consensus. And when you can't question science, it's no longer science, it's a religion. It's because they don't want to. Global warming is settled science. Well, that would be the only settled science in the known history of mankind. And if you can't question science, because science is questioning, then it's a religion. So the Green Movement was started by communist leftists as an attempt to bring down capitalism, to use the environment when they thought the planet was going to get colder, not hotter. So the Green Movement, in my opinion, is used by the left that is trying to bring down Western civilization, and by other elites who want to use it as a fear factor to control populations, to control things, to give excuses for, things. Because when rivers, maybe we can look at India or the Mekong here, when rivers are super polluted because some factory up here is dumping huge amounts of toxic waste into a river and is polluting people down here, yeah, that's very apparent, and yeah, that's terrible and that's bad, and we need to do something about that, right? And I agree. It used to happen in the United States. And so why can't you just go dump your whatever, literally shit, just into the sewage shit, kind of thing, into the river, because it's going to pollute the river. Okay. So when you have what people in society will understand as a reason to limit your human actions, don't dump shit in the river, people will go, oh, okay, well, why not? Oh, well, it's pollution. Okay. And once you explain to them, and then they'll agree to your control, your government control. Well, I believe the green movement is an attempt to have government control to limit society. So that is why and the Thule in the islands, the saga, the North saga. Okay, yeah, North Thule. If we're keeping that not into the weird. Well, they were growing grapes in Northumberland and weren't able to do so until the 1900s. Okay, and and I don't know what they're doing today, but in the grapes, but I do know that they were okay. I think just spewed ash in the air, which was sky during Justinian the Great's reign. Yeah, probably something like that. I'll call you cool, clever stone, but yeah. So yeah, there were the near Tonga in January. Yeah, media barely mentioned it. And and so we may get, as Strongarm says, an eruption near Tonga in January. And I do vaguely remember that we very well may get a lot more greenhouse gases from some volcanoes going off. That's going to put way more greenhouse gases up into the air than humanity is. And we can cure global warming in less than 24 hours whenever we want to. So if the world is getting too warm, in less than 24 hours, we can cure global warming. So just keep that in mind. It's just we choose not to cure global warming. Maybe 4x4s and voting for Trump in medieval England. Yeah, maybe they did. Starstreak. Iceland, it was a great quick search called Land of Snow, not really Land of Ice. Okay, yeah, and it depends on language translation, which how you translate the difference. Eskimos supposedly have it like 47 words for snow, whether it's in the sky, on the ground, hard, soft, or something like that. So some languages are more detail explicit, so that they may have differentiating between snow and ice, and maybe not in other languages. I don't know. Hello, ZZ. Heard from Miss Rosenbaum cough and Rand cough. Yes. Anti-industrial revolution. When I don't know what you were trying to do with that name, Ayn Rand, why you just don't call her that, but I think you're prejudiced about something there. We were producing more than the Soviet lefties switched thinking industry to harmful people. Okay. Ayn Rand has, I don't agree with Ayn Rand's philosophy, but she does make some good points. My book, whatever happens, just happens. Free societies will adapt. Yes, that's true. Hello, Ari. However, they both see it very different. The left thinks it's oppressive and pushes for wealth and other stupid things, while those in the right think it's destroying family values. Okay, not exactly where you're going with that, with what I was saying. So there are cyclones and flooding in New Zealand shortly after the Tonga eruption, which of course was blamed on climate change. Right, yeah. Volcanic eruptions are not having anything to do with climate change. And yes, like I say, in 24 hours, we can end global warming. And it's called a nuclear winter. Now, of course, when I was growing up, they talked about the nuclear winter as in nuclear missiles fired between primarily the United States and the Soviet Union, causing so much ash going up into the air that above and beyond any other damage that we have, it'll create another ice age. Well, we don't have to blow up nuclear bombs in the middle of cities. We can plant nuclear bombs in places like a volcano or something like that to spew lots of ash up into the atmosphere. And we don't have to blow them all up at once or blow them all up at or whatever. Blow up as we want to put more and more ash up into the stratosphere to cool off the planet. We can do so again, like I say, in 24 hours. I mean, it probably takes a little bit more planning and execution to do that. But if the planet is really boiling, is really going to where billions of people are going to die because of global warming, what's a few nukes going off? We used to test nukes out in, islands in the Caribbean, underground in the U.S., out in the above ground, out in this part of the Soviet Union, So what if we blow up, pick a spot somewhere, out here and blow up something that, puts it on the ground a bit and puts up a bunch of dust up into the stratosphere. So what? I mean, I'm not saying a single person has to die from the explosion. And yeah, there's a little irradiated spot, but people are living in Hiroshima and Nagasaki today, supposedly healthy. Now, not the people that lived through the actual bombing event, but they lived through that radiation, and people are living today supposedly healthy lives. So it's not like we're permanently irradiating something that you can't ever go back to. So yeah, if it really was global level catastrophic whatever, if it really, gamer, 20 years from now, God, it's now 15 degrees warmer everywhere on the planet and it's just shooting up. You were so wrong. Okay, well, let's go blow up a couple of nuclear bombs somewhere, figure it out, do it, plan it right. Boom, boom, boom. Bunch of ash up there, less sunlight coming in, and we cool off. The amount of damage compared to all of these cobalt mines and all these other mining in the third world, the amount of damage to humanity that are almost literally slave-like conditions in some of these mines, the amount of money and the amount of damage to other societies to do all this green stuff, blowing up, 10 nuclear bombs in 10 decided locations would have less of a negative impact on humanity and on the world as a whole at maintaining temperature levels than all these other green proposals. Okay, so nuclear weapons are cheap and faster and safer and better for humanity than what they're proposing to deal with this. Not into the sun, star streak. Just being silly now. I don't even think it would notice. You like green energy idea, but those campaigns were basically, yeah, we talked about some of that earlier on. So Bikini Island is still a no. Yeah, okay, but how irradiated is it? I'm not saying I want to go live there, but I've seen photos and films of a mushroom cloud taken in the middle of Las Vegas with a mushroom cloud in the background. Okay, so it's, not that far away. I've spent a lot of time in Vegas. I've actually considered moving to Vegas. I like visiting Vegas. I really don't want to live there, but I've considered escaping California to Vegas at times in my life. Okay, they used to test nuclear weapons out there. Millions of people live in Vegas today. Yeah, And these were above ground tests. These weren't the underground tests. These were above ground tests. And people would literally come to Vegas to watch the nuclear bomb explosions. They would sit up on like hotel roofs or high-end hotels and watch the bright explosion and boom. So yeah, now Bikini Atoll is pretty damn small. So yeah, and I don't know how irradiated it is versus just with the shipwrecks and other things. They're just sort of no-go zones. I don't know, but yeah. Didn't America almost make the atmosphere so hot that it would end human life but blown up Pacific? No, butter. They didn't do anything like that. Luck be a lady tonight. Yes, it's easy. Could live close to Vegas on the border of Utah. Yeah, and so you could dredge up all those topsoil and sand, but huge effort. St. George is right next to hurricane. Okay, so yeah, but yeah, so it's just the whole idea here that it's that right now that is even a bad thing is what's going on. Because if we were heading for a nuclear, or not nuclear, sorry, a new ice age, maybe we're avoiding it with it. But even if we're causing it, getting a bit warmer is good. Yes, TOO, too much cold, too much hot, that's a bad thing, no doubt, because whatever too much is too much. But they are alarmists. They do not present solid evidence. I mean, they may present, oh, well, hey, humanity is supposedly, now I've gone around and seen European cities that, especially Edinburgh, where I lived for a little while. When I first visited Edinburgh, it was a black city. Now it's at least mostly now, it's a cream-colored city because they've been able to acid wash off all of the 100-plus years of coal fire, coal fires in the home soot that just permeated into the bricks. And so they've been able to clean up Edinburgh a lot. So, yeah, I don't know how much environmental damage or pollution that was put into the 19th century versus today. I don't know how much is in the first world versus third world of pollution levels coming into it per amount of humans. There's a lot of questions there, and I'm not saying a cleaner environment like we've talked about with LA or cleaning up rivers or whatever isn't a good thing. Yeah, that is a good thing. But no one has presented evidence that we really are producing more greenhouse gases, quote unquote, CO2 or something, than we were in the 19th century. And no one's given me good evidence that currently, at current levels of amounts out and current levels of temperature, it is bad for humanity. So, and I'm only concerned about humanity. Yeah, I don't want any species to go extinct, but I don't really care too much about any species when it significantly would damage humanity to try to say, I'm not going to kill all humans to save the elephants. I mean, elephants are really cool. And yes, like the North African elephant species is extinct that was around during, Hannibal's North African elephants. They weren't Indian elephants. They weren't sub-Saharan African elephants. They were different species of elephant. And so, yeah, it would be cool to have some of those back, but I'm not going to give up humanity just to save the damn elephants. So, or whatever it may be. Again, I like elephants. I think elephants are cool. I don't want to see them all slaughtered. We have to kill them once in a while because sometimes even when there's a limited number, they'll push into human settlements and start rampaging around and whatnot. So yes, we have to cull them out. Now, when we can put them on, whether there's areas that are undeveloped that they can live in, or specifically, animal preserves, great. And we want to keep elephants around, and I do want to keep elephants around, and I'm all for that. But and we don't need to have everyone just going around and sports shooting all the elephants to death. I agree with that. But again, we don't want to doom humanity to save some damn elephants or something. So or whales or whatever the hell it may be. We have to look at the costs of everything that we do. Utah and Illinois would be so different if the Mormons stayed in Illinois. I'm sure they would have. Enough to change the effect of national politics, yes. Keep a few uses as war elephants, yeah. Woolly mammoths, yeah. We could have woolly mammoths on Mars or some shit, yes. So there are some structures on Mars that I've seen some photos that are supposedly not artificially doctored might be the term. I don't know if that is the right term, because in some ways they're like meaning that one photo that I saw had a grid pattern laid out, a significant grid pattern, like city blocks kind of grid pattern that supposedly was of the scale, and it may be tweaked a bit to make that grid pattern show up better, but meaning the grid pattern wasn't drawn in or whatever in Photoshop, supposedly. That definitely doesn't look natural, So was there once intelligent life on Mars? Way, 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 way back? I wonder. I do wonder. I'm not saying I believe it. I'm just going, if these photos that have been presented by a guy that I trust who's presenting them, though of course he could be fooled, but if those photos are correct, or just again like sort of like LiDAR or putting different just filters over it, not to make stuff highlight, to increase the contrast that you might not just quickly see if just glancing at the photo, but if you just increasing contrast or whatever in the photo. And if those are real, it really make me go, that doesn't look natural. That looks like a city planning thing. Grid zones, American style grid zone city. And those, how big are those? Sort of like each sort of square or rectangle kind of thing are like 4 blocks by 4 blocks. They're huge blocks, maybe, compared to what we would normally think of city blocks. That's really interesting. And they're, everything is at right angles, except for maybe 1 or 2 diagonal things going through, but everything else is literally at right angles. And it just makes me think, and I don't know what to think. And so don't put me down. I don't know what to think about it, but it definitely looks to be something about Mars, so I don't know. So yeah, I know we've gone way off topic. I'm going to get back on topic and play some more Hoi 4 for you here, but breaking troop formations include formations at Zoma, right? Guderian savoring some Spanish food. Yes, we're going to get back to that. So, all right. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. We just got done with a fascinating discussion that ended up with, has there been intelligent life on Mars in the past? Well, you miss things when you don't watch the live stream, or you can go back and look through the live stream, but we will be separating these into segments here and focusing on the game for a while. Hopefully the chat won't completely throw me off. Okay. All right, we're going to create more historically based divisions here. Organization tote. So now we should probably have even bigger hits to some of these. Needing there. Okay. And so, like I say, this was presented as that. We did this because it's better to get the civilian factories early than the military ones, in my opinion. But we're going to go back to folk who had been here for a while. I don't know if he still is. And we're using this as a guide, but not as a straitjacket. Okay, so he, 36, support nationalist Spain, okay, Hitler's speech. Hitler's speech is what he, and we didn't do the August plan. We did organization tote prior to it. Now, This is available after the Rhineland, but, and it's 14 days, which isn't bad. Empower foreign nationalists. Hugo Sparrow becomes general. Oh, now here, okay, now this, if I had realized this, we would have Ritter von Thoma for general in Spain. Our foreign nationalists, not cool. Okay, well, requires Hitler speeches. Well, that is a good one, and I would have used him, but we already sort of have Guderian there. Volksgemeinschaft, Welfare, Condor Legion. Okay, and we could do the Condor Legion. Let's do the Condor Legion. Let's do the Condor Legion. Sorry, folk, I'm not exactly using your thing, but I am using it as a guide, like I say. Yeah, what we're gonna need to do. Oh, well, there's some. Okay, no, you stop. You kill that militia. You guys. And in my other playthrough, even though I pushed down to here and maybe a little bit beyond, but the national or the Republicans pushed up and cut off. So I'm going to move into here to try to create a little better joint industrial. Okay, cool. We'll let them get organized up. League of Nations Trade Inquiry. Who cares? Well, we don't really. Okay, well, let's come down this way now. Okay. Okay, Guderian's Panzer Division is well equipped. Let's see, if we're going to attack here. Okay, no. Wait a bit, we were doing too much on our own. Masters of our own destiny. There's some text here. And I really applaud, I like the image here. You know, it's a colorized photo, I do believe. But I can't read that. Today, Belgium has declared a policy of self-determination. Okay, maybe just what's there. I wish they would do a little better job. The Ecuador-Peru war. Industrial partnership. Well, I doubt we will. We have a Soviet tank division there. Currently, what is our tank division made up of? Well, let's see. Well, we'll pause while we're looking at this. Okay, well, we have 10 Panzer IIs, which never did show up down in Spain. They only did the Panzer I. But, okay, so we got a little bit of extra there. A little, you know, bit more punch. You guys keep coming to there, so we're going to attack here from two points. That is just hills, so that should not be too big of a problem. Belgium does something for self-defense. Okay, cool. Military production research finished. Very good. Okay. I do want to do this, but this is we're going to wait till 37 to get the radios in. So, well, let's look over here. And we'll wait till 37 to do electronic computing. That's more political power. Yeah, space stability. Nice. Good, but let's see what we have over here. Now, this will reduce by 10% civilian fuel consumption, wood gasifiers, increase by 2% construction speed for civilian factories. Plastics which lack of resource penalty. So this is going to be a good one to get. Yeah, we'll do this. What other does some of these are just, you know, MIFO bills that are going to come due thingy. Hey Sebastian, how you doing? Okay, now we are. Okay, we're gonna start with supporting that attack. See if we can turn that attack into. No, it's into the mountains. Oh, well, they stopped attacking. Well, they stopped most of their forces attacking, so. And we'll also create these divisions. Good. Okay, now we're gonna try here. I know I'm not doing the planning thing, but let's see if we can push with 2 divisions from 2 directions, including some armor on the plains. See, that's plains. I don't mean those up in the air. We have air supremacy and multi-direction. So, since we don't get, I don't pay attention to this stuff up here. I know it matters a lot, but I have no effect over it. Meaning I can't do anything to change what battle strategies are being used. So I've just sort of learned to ignore that. Where you put aircraft or something, I do have an effect. Okay, Condor Legion. Very good. Okay, so we got the Condor Legion, which will help with research a bunch of things, including maybe some stuff we're already doing. But, yeah, I would have liked Bonthoma before going into Spain, so that might have been a good way. But, okay. Again, let's look over at folks' list. Okay, Volksgemeinschaft, Welfare, Condor Legion, Anti-Commentary Pack. Okay. I do like his list. It's not a bad list, but and he's mixed from what he said was my preference for building not infrastructure in the terms industry and whatnot, preferably. Just 32 days. I want to do this. That will get me 2 more civilian factories, and then we can go do some of the other stuff. Those civilian factories will help with either importations like of oil, which is keeping us slightly in the positive, or of course construction speed on things, and we can add another one. And again, through 1936 entirely, we are going to be building civilian factories, and then during 37 to start doing some other military factories, but civ factories first. Well, capitalism is great. Don't humor Arno too much. I mean, Arno's great and all, but he has these delusions about what is Belgium or not or something. You'll also find a toy jet sometime around here that has weird thoughts about you guys come back here and hold the line. Denmark not being real. Don't humor him too much either, because Denmark is real. Operational support is finished. Very good. Okay, so we have operational support. We're going to go with elastic defense because I believe that is the most historical one for Germany. And you can only get one of these 4. So let's do that. Hopefully that will benefit us. We are planning on using panzers as sort of the main rust, if you will. Okay, now we've got that. They're going to hopefully come in and reinforce that well enough. Let's look at the terrain here. Okay, so if we come down here, come that way. You guys are going to take a long time, so we're going to put you right to there quicker. We come down here and push through here through these plains, and then maybe with their help pocket some of these guys here. So we're trying to use some strategy and tactics and not just banging our heads against the wall harder than the enemy is banging their heads against the wall. So I know it's a weird idea, but we'll try it for once. Capitalism is great. Capitalism is the best economic system yet known to mankind. Not saying it's perfect, but we've yet to come up with a better one. And yes, we've tried communism a few times. It's never worked. Some others might work well as an emergency situation, but not as a general ongoing economic system. Dumb question. Does this have a builder for planes, tanks, and ships, or is it just pre-built versions? Okay. It has what you do here, and I've done it for the Panzer II, is, let's come to here. You research a basic hull type. Then you, yeah, let's see, come over here. Then you click on one of these, and you can click on the hull type here. But you click here and create a variant. And so this is... Oh, I didn't mean to start the production now. Okay, I just wanted to click on it. Oh, well, yeah, we can just do that. This is all variants done for here. I actually sort of used War Thunder as a guide for armor thicknesses and whatnot for the Panzer II. So, yeah, it is. And you can go in and for like this, you know, you can do, you know, how thick the armor is and whatnot. So it does have that. And for the ships, you can also create variants too. But there is, and I did, oh, actually, originally I did the thing, but there is, click here for the historical. If you want to just get these for the historical things, once you have the chassis, you can just pick, and it tells you how many points you need to do a historical whatever. So you can, it's sort of both. You can pick that up and do it one way or the other. Planes are, I believe, just the basic models, I believe, here. Well, I didn't want to do this. I think, okay, let's see here. Or have I messed this up and not? No, it has... Okay, yeah, we're hovering over it. There's the basic stats for it. For this model, I've not gone in and changed anything off of any of these models. So maybe I should be, but I don't. I'm just sort of going with whatever so it's giving me the number. I'm presuming that is, you know, what they're putting into, you know, the air defense and agility and all that stuff for roughly that model of things. So it is sort of a mixed system between the two. Yeah, France never really controls Belgium until Napoleon, and the French Revolution, Napoleon comes about, and then they do during those periods. Then France is out of that region again. So it was either this, depending on when you're looking at it, either the Spanish Netherlands or later the Austrian Netherlands. So, and other than brief periods of time and border shiftings along the border between modern day France and Belgium, yeah, that may shift a bit. I'm not going to swear that some town that's now in Belgium wasn't for a couple hundred years part of France, but it was mostly either Austrian or Spanish Netherlands until the French Revolution. I love picking on the reenact. To be honest, they take their republic serious. Have no problem burning down their own country. Oh, I think you mean the French. Okay. French. Well, the French smell bad, so whatever. No, that's what we're talking about. Okay, sorry, I don't get Latin well. We'll wonder if BI's team is going to do the same for planes. I don't know. You can contact them on their Discord. They have a Discord server. It's linked on the page, and they're pretty good about talking to you about things. So if you want to know these things, okay. So you're all pushing there, and I get that that's like from 3 angles, but let's see if we can push them down here at these guys. But these may not be a good plane. Oh, why aren't you doing anything? Okay, that didn't work. It's mostly because the Panzers attacked alone. Oh, now they're attacking us. Oh, goody. Oh, come back, Panzers. Well, maybe we should come down here and go with the flow and push here, since that's where they're pushing. Austria, something, continuing cooperation with Germany. Okay, political power +2, gains opinion. Great. Roosevelt delivered speech at Rio de Janeiro. Okay. Oh, well, now they're up there. Well, now that I'm down here. Wow, whatever. Okay, gamer. You're a day late and a dollar short here, but let's attack now. Hopefully we'll overwhelm these guys. Crystal Palace burns down. I would have loved to have gone to the Crystal Palace, especially when it was at its height. By 1936, I understand it wasn't maybe much of anything anymore, but I'm human, nothing of human is foreign to me. Okay, cool. But I don't quite agree with that, but I like studying human stuff. Okay, German Workers' Front. The DAF. Deutsches Arbeitersfront. The daft. They were daft. Okay, let's go back and look at folks' thing. Let's catch up on. Okay, so we've done the Condor Legion. We haven't done the Comintern Pack, which is beginning of 1937. So, let's do this. Maybe we should have done Hitler's speeches earlier, but we'll get the 90+ political power. And then we'll see about spending some of that on things. On thins. Okay, well, it looks like they have air superiority, which ain't good for us, of course. Where's air bases that... Okay. Both of you guys fly over to here, and then come up over here. See, airplanes fly really over here. Yes, so hopefully now we'll, well, at least do better with our air power here. Okay, well, we pushed into here. Now, we're going to charge into that unit there that's not hopefully too dug in, and with some infantry support now, hopefully win this battle. Nobel Prize 1936. Of course, Germany rejects the Nobel Prize, and there's a whole big controversy over that, and they start their own sort of prize. Okay, we don't need to be bringing in... Okay, well, we need to bring in some... Right, okay, so just extra... Okay, we're still doing that, yeah. Cogito ergo sum. Well, I think, but I think many people don't think, so I don't know if that is as true or correct as we would like it to be. Damn, they stopped my one division from getting in there to hold that at Talavera. Okay, that'll be coming very soon, but let's do this to reduce our civilian needs of fuel. Okay, and you attack there again too. Hopefully, okay, Hitler's speech is national focus completed. Yep, went fast. And we'll do foreign manpower, which will get von Thoma, which is, well, we might switch out if the war lasts long enough. How is Guderian? Well, no, no, here. Logistics with, no, we're hardly to anything yet, so we'll keep him around for a while. Norway. Trotsky has been expelled from Norway. Civis Pacem Parabellum. I know that one. Civis Pacem Parabellum. I know a little bit of Latin. Buenos Aires, USA, something rather. Okay, well, we're pushing them back. We're not, unfortunately, pocketing them, but like I was hoping to take out a few divisions. Hello, Frog Eyes. Ah, can we? Okay. Alright, okay. Finish research that. Very good. Okay, so we got that. Let's get, I mean, I do like the list. Condor Legion of Story sent to commentary and expanded the labor front. Okay, so I think let's come back and look over here. Well, we could 21 days for that. August program 2 military factories, which is nice. Volkswagen mine shaft, which lots of good stuff for us. Well, let's do that. Just get that out of the way. And down here. Okay, well, we have a head of time bonus for here, but we're now in January, so we could do that with a fair amount of efficiency. Or we can come down here and get this. Good, we'll do this first. Yeah, we'll do this. We'll take advantage of that. Bonus. They pushed us out, but looks like we're getting... Okay, guys, so now we're not going to push on Madrid anymore. We've hopefully secured supply. What happened in the playthrough that I did to the beginning of 38, so just the first 2 years, they cut all the rail links down to here, and then they, like we can see down here, they did take Cadiz too, so they had trapped a lot of forces there. What we're going to do now is get on rails and come over this way. I want to cut off here, Barcelona and whatnot from the rest of there. Oh, yes. To hire research companies. Yes, you're right. You're right. I should. Okay, so. Just looking outside the window for a second there. Siemens, 10% electronic research speed. Rocket research we don't need. Radio, well, we're going to do radio, but I don't know if we need to quite do that. The home ag computing technology, nice. Well, I think we're just going to go with electronic Siemens. And over here, production, efficiency base, tools, worker research speed. Industrial research, 3%. Synthetic research, 12%. Improved construction speed. Well, we're not there yet, but we're going to be doing a lot of industrial research, so I think we'll do that. Yes. We'll do those two. We'll keep the extra political power. Like I say, we're going to start in 37 to move over to military factories, but just not yet. Free city of Danzig granted Germany the right to use its port facilities for military purposes. Yes, Danzig is functionally a German city at this point. I think always, basically. Okay. Okay, so now we're back here with these guys. So I think because of railroad reasons, we need to take Zaragoza. So let's move you to there and you to there. So when we do attack, we can attack from 2 divisions. I love the idea that railroads are in this game. That is such a game changer for this. Okay, well, we're in 1937. We have benefits there, but we can't research here because this really is over here, and it's can't do it because we can only research these. So I wish they would change that, because I keep clicking on that. I mean, I did it now just to show you, but it is sort of a aggravating thing to keep thinking that I should be doing that now, but no, can't. All right, well, I guess we're back to artillery here. Yep, I guess we're going to continue this. You guys are going to come into there. Give you a little bit to get reorganized. You know, I'm changing my mind. Well, we're going to attack this province here, the Rolling Hills, to sort of come and surround Zaragoza a bit, or be able to attack, cut it off from support here. Not maybe surround it entirely, but just see the Soviet division there. Oh. Good enough. Hit it from 2 directions. Simultaneously, hopefully the Spanish will jump in before it gets too late. Okay, plastics, good. Now, I think we will do this. 32 days. And another all-purpose has opened up. Yep, I think this, well, this is probably the better one to do first. And Sic Gloria Mundi. I know that one. Sharing what obscure Latin quotes we know. Okay, okay, we got the landing craft so that we can do a little better naval invading, but still not terribly great. Like I say, I'm mostly gonna do a naval avoidance strategy. Avoid major magnetic detonators, which didn't work so well back in the day. Or magnetic mine. We're gonna do magnetic mines. Come on, Spain, join in the fun. Okay, stop the fighting. We'll get reorganized. Figured just pushing into the town with the panzers probably wouldn't be the best idea. Moving out a division, which is good. It looks like a good division they're going out with. These guys are not getting enough supply. Okay, well, might as well attack with them then, or move them, one of the two. Dukas, okay, good. Well, that hasn't worked. You guys come back this way. Maybe we'll push over here. Okay. See, my generalship is brilliant. It's always successful. Keep believing that, guys. Keep believing that. Do that there. And okay, aircraft types. So we're in 37 now. We could do those flying boats, naval bombers. Got the Stukas. Let's do the 110s. Foreign volunteers, well, nice. Okay. Well, we're going to try pushing on this far side now and then do. Oh, partisan showed up. Yay. But who desires more? Interesting thought, but I disagree. Poor is a relative term. And yes, mostly we mean it economically. Okay. We don't need to bombard just to get some air experience, so we'll not do that. Okay. Oh, and we should have. We didn't because, you know, me and I'm perfect. But okay. Let's come over here and do air over category. Foreign peace deal. Guatemala. I don't care about Guatemala. They can rattle whatever sorts they want. Okay, send a 3rd division to Spain. It may help. Yes. Okay. It probably would. Yeah. Let's, you know, let's get. Let's create. Okay. Where? Okay. Create a new army / corps / whatever. And now Von Thoma is here. I did not know we had to do the research to get Von Thoma here. I sort of like Von Thoma. I think Von Thoma is cool. without Googling. And yeah, I was reading about him the other day, which reminded me. Does anybody know what happens to von Thoma in World War II without Googling? Murder von Thoma. That's why we live and dig. Gamer now just political power, hire a research company like Daimler, Benz, or Schmidt. Yeah, we'll see about that. Gamer stability is getting low. Could use a decision or two. Okay. Yeah, stability is getting low. Okay. That would just do weekly stability for. Improve working conditions, stability. Well, yeah, we could do this for a little while. We can spend 50 on that. Okay, so let's do that. You like facts. Well, cool, Sebastian. So do I. I guess no one knows what happens to von Thoma. Which is alright. He is a lesser known. Well, he ends the war in British captivity in that he is captured in North Africa. There's a nice photo of von Thoma talking to Montgomery. So von Thoma is out of the war in, I think it's late 42 or early 43, but I think it's 42. All right, well, let's go back and look at folks list again here. I know we're not quite, but we're using it as a guide. Folks, anti-commentary, labor from Autobahn. Okay. We'll do that. Okay, and now we have 2 more military factories. So, well, what are we missing and how badly? Well, we could use more fighters, more medium bombers. We use more horse transport, more light artillery. Okay, so I'm parachute equipment. We'll want to get in, and we'll want to go with because we're not seeing. This is what, if you're not seeing everything, you should just click that on and click that off. We'll get that. Okay, what is our current? We're currently researching 111s, 110s. Okay, I just wanted to see what we're researching. Yeah, let's go with, get up to the C from the B. Yeah, not too big, and we'll throw in 1 and 1. We'll wait till the next 110 is out of research. And we'll just switch over to that once we get that. Artillery barrel upgrades. Rhineland capacity. Okay, well. Static AI. Mountain guns. About as long. Yeah, we'll do this. Get the MP38 in production. Okay. New and better tanks. Now we will get these into research as well. Now this, we're getting better supply here, so we can get organization up. No longer under winter effects. Nice. There we go. HE111's improved. Yep, I think we can do this. Get that going. And coming over here, we can get you improved to the better antenna. Yes, we will. What I'm going to do here is, since we have plenty, come back up here. We're just going to grab the historical version of the A model instead of trying to tweak it out yourself, myself, whatever. Okay, improving inter-service HQs. That's what I wanted to do. Here. And the big thing that does is it replaces one headquarters type with another, which in essence gives generals max army group size +1. So that's nice. Yeah. I've just never really quite honestly come to terms with training that costs equipment. Just sort of a mental problem for me, that I don't want to spend the equipment for training. Okay, organized fascism. Third International Chopin Piano Competition. Whoa, howdy, ain't that special. Change the popularity of fascism down. Binder Storage Red in Germany with burning concern. Yes, my graphics were better. Okay, we'll do one more of these before we start to add in civilian or military ones into the production group. Probably through to 38 or so, have at least one of the civilian in production. In 38, 39, start to really build railways up a bit more. So we'll be doing that as well. The dispersed production is the main cause of the fall of idiots of Germany. That has an element. Germany's production style is a significant, I wouldn't say the main, but a significant cause. What does high command structure button do in this? Oh, you mean this thing here? Well, we can do get these guys here. Okay, so notice, this is all of the real estate here. So what they've done, you know, that you can look at here. So, what they've done is they've moved, it, in essence, over to here. So if you want to add in your various generals, you can have, my understanding, and I haven't played far enough, deep enough in, here you can have up to 2 army, up to 2 air, and up to 2 naval. So you can't have like all 4. This is my understanding. I haven't gone through and played it all. You can't have all 4 of these be army guys. You can have 2 and 2, or you can have 2 and 1 and 1, or whatever for here. And similarly here for theorists. If we were to look over here at theorists, you can do 2 and 1 or 1 1 1. You can't have all 3 be army. So they're doing a little bit of limiting, but also a little bit of choice there. And generals is just into here, and similar with admirals that we currently have. And then of course you can click here for the various spirit types that you can choose for to do. So I hope that helps, and obviously that isn't a detailed look, but just a general overview. And since we're just playing around with a few divisions in Spain, I'm saving that stuff to spend on a bit later, at least some of the stuff as we gear up things. Thing is, less trained divisions will lose more equipment in battle than trained divisions. You're probably right about it. It just sort of, if you will, as a, not that I refuse to do it, but it's just something that just makes me uncomfortable about the idea. Okay, so we now have another Panzer division under Ritter von Thoma. Now, I know, okay guys, as a kid, until I got burned a few times, I was really wanting to collect German uniforms and whatnot. Thought it would be really cool. So I still have a, oh well, let's help clear up this first. Because that's a major railway hub that the partisans are sitting on. We'd like that to go away. So I have a still love, though I don't want to really actually buy a lot, still love for German uniforms and all of the arcania that would go along with that. So so to me it probably means a bit more. Okay, who do we have here? We have somebody here that we could know. Well, I guess we could sort of know, but no, well, never mind. The Arcania to me is probably a bit more than important than it is to others and whatnot. But when after the war, in one interview by somebody asked, you know, some scholarly interview of Ritter von Thoma, he was asked why he didn't wear the medal for the Condor Legion, or whatever the ground version of it was. And his response, oh, that was some SS thing. And to the best of my knowledge, and it is sort of a Like a skull and crossbones is part of it, but it's not an SS skull and crossbones. Because he was entitled to it from Spain. But to the best of my knowledge, I've never seen an SS uniform with that on it. And I don't know of any Waffen SS that ever served as part of the, Kampfgruppe battle, whatever you want to call it, 88, that was the Army's commitment to Spain. So, to me, that answer doesn't satisfy in that either that's incredibly ignorant, that he didn't know that. Now, again, it just may be a medal, but these things were handed out only after Spain was done, and they were, because they didn't want to admit that they were in Spain until the war was won, until the Germans came home, and then they had their big, parade and medal handing out here in Berlin. That was very, very publicly. And I don't know how much von Thoma was part of that and whatnot, but it just seemed, now maybe he's just confused, this was some years after, this isn't like 5 minutes after the war, this was some years after the war, and maybe he was just confused at that point, as to what medal and what thing and whatnot, and I could readily grant that a confusion there would be real, but I just sort of thought, really, is that, and obviously this was years after his death or something when I read this, so I can't. But no, you're wrong about that, and and the interviewer definitely knew that he was entitled to it, and it was an army type medal and not some SS thing. But you don't, in an interview like that, you don't want to spend your time correcting him. You want to spend your time in getting other answers to interesting historical questions, involving him. So I just found that to be sort of odd that he never wore the medal, and because he's never photographed with the medal. So I don't know. I don't know what to say about that other than I just sort of find that odd. Okay, well, we just got a lot of reinforcements. Get them into battle before we collapse. We have air support. We are pushing. We got panzers. Let's attack over here. The flank, the idea is to surround Zaragoza, not to capture it directly, guys. Come on, think better. We're on pause. I didn't realize that. Oh, okay. Okay, again, we're going over to folks list. So 37, expand labor front. We've already done that. Organization tote. We've already done that. So going back. I guess the August plan now. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's completed. We've completed the August plan. Okay. Well, if I was paying attention, we could expand Opal. Let's see, support National Spain, Schutz, Jaffel, Juncker, Schulen, yeah, we got that German Aviation Bank. Okay, anti-commentary pack. Alright, well, we're doing pretty good here. Autobahn or... Okay. Let's see, we could do... Reich Autobahn. Infrastructure, 21 days. Well, we could wait on that. Okay, okay, this is, I think we're going to go Volksdeutsch expand the labor front here to get that research center. So we'll head down that. Oh, no. Now we're going to start to add in some military factories into the production queue. And let's end this episode here. I want to thank you all for hanging out with me. Really do appreciate it. Well, I want to thank Tim Strongarm, who may still be here, Niagro, Timothy, Sir Toyjet, Gary, Garrett, Marcus, and the Hoffmanator for support over on Patreon. But everyone else, all I really ask you to do is hit that like button and post a comment. Posting a comment, I know you people live, that's great, that's helpful too. But if you're watching later on, just even saying hi really helps the algorithm. So if you would post a comment, that's all I ask of people. But I do want to thank the people who do support the channel. See you next time for more, yes, even more Hearts of Iron. Let's make another save and we will continue. All right. Let that go away. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745, and we are in the midst of fighting in Spain. And we now have this panzer unit here, which is reorganizing. And hey, if you're new here, smash the like button. And if you've been around a long time but haven't already, please lick the like button. It really does help. YouTube likes algorithmic stuff. And I do feel that I have a mission. No, not a mission from God or anything like that cool, but you know, there's more than just fun and enjoyment with my videos. I really try to teach historical lessons. And that's not meaning lessons from history. Well, let's push into the city here with everyone else. But lessons from, you know, if you do something, this, you know, this will likely, you know, be the result. So, yes, historical facts are cool, are neat, love them. We need a lot more chromium. And so I'm all good with the idea of history lessons, but I also just love the idea of, let's get type 7s in production here. Let's now, this is one of the reasons why we did so much trading, is to find a trading partner. Who do we want to trade with for chromium? Let's see about doing Sweden here. And that should really help the time to completion. Now, some of these capital ships are going to take a while and use a lot of chromium, are going to go into 1940 and whatnot, but at least we can get through some of these a little earlier. But that is why, or one of the reasons, not the only reason, but one of the reasons so much into getting, you have unfulfilled trade routes and free dockyards. You have just discounted trade. You're discounted trading with China. But we do have here. Oh, you're right. Okay. Well, let's cancel it. I didn't look far enough down to get to China. I stopped up here. Okay. So let's stop this. Yes, you're very right. I do. Let's see. Okay, one factory. Well, that still puts me at -3. Okay, how much? Let's see. How much longer until we get this guy, the Hipper, until 38? Okay, yeah, that may be the best thing to do. Keep more civilian factories. Hey, Beam Slam, how you doing, my friend? War is good? Well, war isn't good, but war may be better than the peace you'd have if you didn't fight the war, though. Okay, well, let's look at the supply situation. We're obviously overtaxing the supplies here. I guess maybe we need to just bash into Zaragoza, which I believe is a supply center. I wanted to surround and take it. Oh, wait, now get more stuff done. Good. So more submarines. We'll do Type 9s here. Keep them going. Yes, we can see about better tanks at some point in the future. Just not really ready to produce those yet, though someday, yes. Good. If you want to build the Bismarck, you have to select it in the ship tab at the top of the production queue screen, like the tanks. Yeah, I don't have a strong plan on building big ships. I do see these things here, view historic, which, yeah, that'd be cool if I was going to build stuff, but I really don't want to. We'll get done with the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau and call it a day. Build more submarines, build more transports, maybe build a few more destroyers or something. Yeah, I just not. My plan with the Navy is avoidance. Avoid battle with other major naval powers. If it was purely, well, nothing is purely free, obviously. You'll say it was purely free, but it would be the choice. Is it better to have more submarines? Or is it better to have a few big ships? Even if I had the chromium and it wasn't costing me so... No, Arno, come on. I gotta play this sort of seriously. I know memes and whatnot, and you're going, hey, gamer, I want to be silly and do silly shit, but, let's be somewhat serious. You guys don't know how much I really want to have a good submarines or anything. I think we're going to come back here and do magnetic detonators. Hopefully they'll work this time. I really want to have a good invasion of Russia set up and do that. When I've played seriously a few times, then we can do some mean, stupid shit if everything's still going. Okay, you just attacked, so let's join in the attack here and here. I know we're doing urban combat with tanks, but yes, we're going to start the second year, and we have that. Okay, searched. Okay, now this will allow us to do some tactics, and we can do 37s. So we'll do that to do this, because the other one won't. It just does that. Yeah, it was built. We're not arguing whether it was built or not. I'm arguing that you shouldn't have built it in the first place. It's a silly thing for Germany to build. Take this one first. Okay, well, we have air cover, just they have fortifications and cities and whatnot, but we could still grind our way through this. And we backed off. How bad? Okay. No, well, we're getting there. The Paris Universal Exhibition. That right there is the German pavilion. You can see the beige stone. It goes way high up here. It was designed by Albert Speer. Right directly across. You can't see over here, and this is a colorized photo, I believe. No, maybe it's original. They did do original color stuff. But right directly facing across is the big Soviet pavilion. That, so they were right across from each other. By French design, they stuck them across each other. Germany being silly. Arno is Dutch. Anything silly is good. Yeah, well, yeah. I'm just explaining to him why he can't have what he wants. Egypt joins the League of Nations. You guys get back into the fight. Keep pushing on these guys. This is one war with more senseless naval power. Okay, yeah. All right. Expand the labor front. That will get me a industry and technical thing, which we're going to now come over here in 37. Always do it as early as you can. Maybe should have done it earlier in this, but at least do this now to get the computing done, and then we will see about doing the electronic. So if you're going to do something that makes research faster. Okay, and now we're going to do KDF wagons, since it'll dump us 3 more civilian factories in just 30 days. And we will continue to build a few more military factories, keep those going. Did you notice the pretty HE? Not particularly, no. Yeah, there we are. HE 111s, yes. I like the sort of the classic mid version or whatever, the HE 111s. I always thought they looked pretty. This version here, and sort of on down, it just such nice lines. Where these are sort of clunky. I mean, they're decent aircraft, but they're sort of clunky looking. Okay, we've got lots more political power, and I know I've been encouraged to, but just distracted with many things. Okay, propaganda minister. We're back up pretty high on stability. 83%. Four civilian factories, though. Why 4? Yes. The movie industry is a big deal for Goebbels. That the movie industry as a whole, because you can make a lot of movies, and Goebbels, he understood subtle propaganda. Whenever you see this over-the-top propaganda, especially over-the-top negative propaganda, Goebbels had nothing to do with that. He thinks some of that is counterproductive. It gives sympathy to particularly like the racial minorities that these guys are trying to slam. I mean, he agrees with them in general, broad strokes, for sure. The racism and whatnot, but he wants to do it subtly. On the one hand, and I don't know if it was a personal thing or if it was a stylistic thing. He does not get along with Leni Riefenstahl, and her sort of over-the-top dramatic. Now she didn't do negative propaganda, she did positive propaganda for the Nazis, in Olympia and the movie that, and Triumph of the Will. But yeah, okay, but movie production, you can reuse a lot of sets, you can make a lot of stuff that just shot around, and yeah, it's going to use some industry, but 4 industries is too much. Now, the other thing is, and it does, like, say, improve radio technologies, is the, Volkskamper, Volkskamper, or whatever, the People's Radio that they produced. They sold those, though. I don't know if they were government subsidized. And I don't know that... Okay, people. Economies are not zero-sum games. Meaning, we are trying to put this into a game situation here with civilian factories, blah, 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 blah. Okay, but building factories isn't always a command economy situation, or it's most often outside of the Soviet Union. It is not this, that centralized planning says put civilian factory wherever. And the resources, the capital, which can include things like construction equipment, definitely, isn't a, and labor definitely is not, a zero-sum game that you're taking away from some other project. Now, the reason that this doesn't send me up the, make me too upset is that we're looking at stuff coming out of government budgets, government funded, if you will. And so we have a bunch of, civilian economy, consumer goods, 34%, trade goods, 10%, or not 10%, 10 factories and 34 factories, not percent. And yes, there is an import-export dynamic going on with Germany. Germany has plenty of money. It has more than enough money. What it doesn't have is a lot of foreign money or gold and silver reserves, okay? And so, like I say, it has plenty of money, but a French company doesn't want to buy or doesn't want to sell stuff for Deutschmarks, okay? Because where's it going to spend the Deutschmarks? And unless it or some other company in France, because that wants to buy a bunch of things in Germany, and these are often, there's import-export laws, tariffs, whatever going on all this time. So unless there's some other company that they could trade that, trade the Deutschmarks for French francs, this is before the euro, people. The euro is new, people. I know some of you are old and like me and know that Europe before euro, but so yeah, they could, and in essence, go into the bank with the Deutschmarks and get out French francs because the bank knows that some other company wants to buy a bunch of German radios or something. But there wasn't a lot of demand for German products for multiple reasons. Some just resentment over the wars, but also various trade barriers and other things, as well as just a general continuing economic malaise. I don't know if it, in every country here, we would call it a depression in 1937. Definitely in America is a depression. I just don't know the level of the economic depression in some of these countries. I do believe some of them are, but I'm not an expert on everything. So they don't necessarily, there isn't a bunch of people wanting to buy, Mercedes-Benz automobiles, somewhere. A few rich people here and there and somewhere around are, but not enough to give Germany a good export economy. So Germany actually controls the amount of Deutschmarks that goes out to keep German money from inflating, meaning or making the value compared to other things go down, or whatever, however you want to say it. Sort of convoluted there. But so it's foreign exchange is a problem, not domestic. Now, of course, as Germany shows, that if you dump too much money into the economy, you create inflation, and if you dump even more money, you create hyperinflation, and it's learned that lesson. And this guy, Schacht, he knows that very well. And even though, and I sort of brought him back after firing him for running the Ministry of Economics, he did at this time, or roughly so, until the Czechoslovakia was taken fully, he's running the German Reichsbank. So he's sort of the guy controlling the money supply, as it were. And he of the German, we'll call it right wing people, he understands economies the best. So he knows sort of what he's doing. That's what I get from Schacht. And he's all for building up a strong Germany. He's just not all for round 2 of the world versus Germany. Let's see if Germany can do it this time. He's against that. So getting the Sudetenland, or definitely getting like Austria back in, pushing into Bohemia and Moravia, the core of Czechoslovakia, that's when he quits. That's when he quits, because he won't be party to pushing, for round 2 Germany versus the world. But wanted to get the economy going strong, wanted to get national. He's not against armament spending or anything like that, but armament spending does not mean that we're going to go for the war. You have plenty of money there for doing what you need to do, as long as you don't get too much inflation. So factories in Germany at this point in 1937, and this is why it's hard to sort of reverse engineer economies into the games, are not working at 100% standard capacity, as far as I can tell. I'm not talking about every single factory, every single place. I'm talking there's a bunch of factories that, oh, hey, we've got an order for 10 cranes, so we're building 10 cranes. Well, in a month, 30 days or something. Well, how many cranes can you build? Well, we can build 30, but we only have an order for 10. And it's really not until Speer really gets in and starts organizing the economy and really puts it on a command economy focused on war efforts, do you really start to get full production. At this point in Germany in 1937, they're going, yeah, let's order 60 Panzer IIIs and we'll try them out and see how they work. And then we'll try them out for, a few months, drive them around. We'll give you feedback. And when we order the, next version, Aust A, Aust B, Aust whatever, we'll change it up. They're not saying we'll start building Aust A's, and then when we get enough feedback, just switch over to Aust B's, not knowing now what the Aust B is going to be, but once we know, we'll tell you. And they're not turning the factories on and going. And they eventually do, but they don't do that now. So like I say, these economies are zero-sum games. And yes, I totally agree with the idea that, and definitely as part of some of these down here, partial mobilization to going to, war economy and other things, or early mobilization, which would be next, I guess, here. Oh, no, it goes this way. So it's war economy. War economy would be next. That's going into beyond standard production levels, meaning going from one shift a day for, say, 8 hours or whatever the shift would be, to going to 2 shifts a day, and then going to work on the weekends, and just adding more shifts, so production out of the factory gets more as time goes on, out of the same factories. So these are not entirely the same. So I'm totally fine with limiting how much we can build at any one time, but it's I don't know. It's just hard to figure out and work back. And hello, Dominic, gamer, you should try Darkest Hour mod. It's a historical mod with I've never tried Darkest Hour, and that might be an interesting thing to do sometime. You should try Daimler, Herschel, and Messerschmitt. Their bonuses will kick in after tech is researched. Okay. Um, Socials will fall. Recovered. Yeah, Germany recovered early compared to some of the other nations. Czech was a social democrat without much choice. I thought he was more of a conservative German element. Now, there are more socialism than, or more social welfare, that's a different term, than some of the Americans. Because I know he works with America as well in the 20s, visits America and whatnot before the Nazis come in. So, yeah, Ursher aren't all that left wing. Yeah, well, I know, but okay, so Daimler, Herschel, Messerschmitt. I think Messerschmitt might be a good one to go with. That will reduce production at least. So we'll kick in for that. Get that one going now. Oh, but yeah, so I just, and so, building and selling of radios, which actually, I see as the civilian economy, but maybe you're kicking in, and so if all, and I don't know, but if all of the production elements like the Bakelite, which is, early plastics, are made in Germany, if, the body for it, if all of the components in that radio are made in Germany, you don't have that foreign exchange element. And so I just don't see 4 factories. That to me seems like a lot. Like I say, maybe one for the film studio. And the radio broadcast system that he's supporting then does get stronger. Again, I just don't see it as an ongoing. If it was a temporary, like a national focus for 180 days, 4 factories or something like that, I'd grant you that. But two, so I'm just not looking at that. Let's see. We're not going to do conservative reform. No. Royalist reformer. No. Fascist demagogue. Political power gain. Daily fascism support. Fearmonger. Base stability's down. Staunch traditionalist. Yeah, but just 4 factories. Radio technology, political power bonus, recruitable population, weekly stability, weekly war support, daily. I mean, yeah, I don't. Or we could do the fascist demagogue. That's just getting us more political power and fascism support. I'm just leaving that free. I don't know. Maybe once the war starts, I don't know. I would not say most industries are nationalized. I don't get where even up until the end, even to the end of the war, I would say most. Now that's more and more central planning, yes, but nationalized, but only in the war. Now, if it's just like here's these bonuses, yeah, great, but it just forget about these titles. But I don't get to where that is appropriate. Foreign investors banned. Now, I know there's very little contact between the Hearts of Iron 3 Black Ice team and the Hearts of Iron 4 Black Ice team, and I believe if Panzeru was still heading up the Black Ice 14 would be much more historically correct. Because where in the hell do you get the idea that foreign investors are banned in Germany? Where in the hell do you get that? Can anyone show me one lick? I don't know if you guys have been posting stuff, and I'm ranting here, but I feel like ranting. One lick of evidence where foreign investors are banned. Now, in in Cologne, Germany, there is a massive Ford automobile plant, which is fully and wholly owned, completely owned by Ford of America, the corporation. I mean, there's a local Ford AG, a locally, constructed company to operate in Germany. And was it Opel that was owned by Chevrolet or something? There was one other car company owning another brand in Germany, but didn't brand themselves. But Ford was its self-brand. I have photos. I don't own the magazines, but I have I have digital photos of the magazine, the company. Ford was highly liked by the Germans. They gave him a special medal, which he only photographed wearing it when they gave it to him in 1937 or something. And to the best of my knowledge, once the war starts, they take over sort of quote unquote control of the factory, but all of the Ford products that are being made, Germany is paying them Deutschmarks for all of those Ford products during the whole of the war. And the big Ford factory gets some bomb damage, but I think it's mostly fine. Now, I don't, know what a bunch of Deutschmarks are going to do, or Reichsmarks, I should say, Reichsmarks. What a bunch of Reichsmarks are going to do for Ford after the war, either personally or that. I mean, you could burn them on fire. I mean, they're worthless. So all the money in the bank is worthless. It's not worth anything to Ford company. And there's damage to the factories. And so I would not say that Ford as a person or Ford as a company profit at the end of the war. Now, they would have profited had Germany won, though they might have lost money on the American side of the thing. So they never nationalized it. I mean, they sort of, tell them what to produce, shall we say, produce trucks for the army instead of passenger vehicles for the civilian economy or something. It's working on a bit of a command economy, and Americans have been mostly removed, though I think it was mostly by this time, by 37, 38, is mostly German staff there. The Americans just sort of get it set up. The Germans know how to run a factory once the Americans teach them how to run an American-style factory, and my understanding is the Ford's factories are set up in American production styles, but Germans don't pay attention to it outside of the Ford factory, so they don't learn the lessons of American production. The Soviets learned the methods of American production, but the Germans don't. So and Ford would not have his factory set up in a way that wasn't going with that. Opel is part of GM. Okay, it's GM Starstreak. Thank you there. So, there was nationalization industry, but most of the stuff was handled via government. Absolutely, Tinky, big industry. Yeah, it's there's Reichswerk Hermann Göring, which is mostly a resource production or mining or refining industry that's government owned. I mean, he just has his name on it. And it's the Gustloff Works, named after the killed Nazi Swiss leader. And the Gustloff Works, again, are government controlled, but they are mostly like nationalized, and especially the oh boy, I'm blanking on the name. the one arms company they take over that had been Jewish businesses. So it's mostly things like that taking over, and then expanding some on their own as time goes on. So either specifically confiscated companies that are like rolled into Gustloff. It becomes a sort of a, you know, fairly large industrial thing. But yeah, it's not nationalized. Just working for the national. Yeah, and it's as time goes on, Opel and Ford were the biggest automakers in Germany, and both were American companies. Absolutely, as folk is saying, Opel is GM. Okay, it's GM. Yes, you guys are saying. Catching up there. Not getting the Latin from Sebastian. It's an option. You could nationalist ideology, synchronizing the economies like synchronizing watches. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't, you know, so, oh, so I shouldn't have to spend this. I'm just, military factory construction speed down. See, research speed, weekly stability would be, well, no, it would be slightly not growing as much. Research efficiency would be down. Civilian current party is not liberal. Yeah, and I would say regulated would be the appropriate, not just tolerated, but regulated would be the appropriate level. So factory output would be 2% better. Construction speed would be 2% better. And this is what it should be from the beginning. Because and I, you know, and I'm just picking on Ford and GM there because I know those. And they're major. Opel, the Opel Blitz truck is, I believe, the most produced truck for Germany during the war. I could be wrong about that. Could be more Ford trucks. I don't know. But you know, so I know of those two major industries, and I believe there's a bunch of others, but that goes, always notice my language. Know and believe. You know, sometimes I believe, sometimes I know. You know, it's so I know of Ford being there, Opel or GM being there. And that is not a question in my mind. Okay, well, we got Zaragoza, which gets us supplies, which hopefully will help our supply situation here. Now, we're going to send these guys to here because we're going to push on that one that's next. Once we get done demonstrating that we're going to hold Zaragoza. Now, planned economies, since we're talking about economies. I know, and I like, and I talk about TIK because I watch some of his stuff, and I know he's very influential. A bunch of you guys watch his stuff who watch my videos. He has his ideology. And as he's talked about, he started out on sort of left socialist and moved more and more market capitalist, shall we say. And he even postulates, well, if you could do war on a market basis, like give every command a bunch of counters or money, you know, just sort of, you know, special war money. And does the general want to spend it on fuel or on ammunition, or half the money on ammunition, half the money on fuel, and how much money on more recruits for his division, you know, and sort of like that. And then as something becomes more and more rare, fuel or ammunition or recruits, the cost of them goes up. And so that would sort of better decide how to run a war. I disagree with that, because that's looking at that division's and then of course you could have corps commanders that have certain monies, and you know, army commanders that have certain monies, and army group commanders have, yeah, I understand, you know, but you really shouldn't plan your resource space out equally between Army Group North and Army Group Center and Army Group South. and just who pays for what better, blah, 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 market this. When really you need a centralized command to go, we're pushing in the north, or we're pushing in the south, or we're just holding the line, or we're doing whatever. So warfare needs to be a command economy. Now, you can have competing elements, the Army versus the Navy versus the Air Force, and within the Air Force, how many fighters versus bombers. If all you have are fighters, well, great, but, and even if, you can attach a bomb, drop it below a fighter, but it may not work so well. So, having all fighters, well, but if you don't have any fighters, if you just have all bombers, they'll just be shot down by enemy fighters. So, you need to sort of balance out production, and things will never work right. The central planning will never be 100% for whatever happens. But you need a certain level of centralized planning for warfare. But that is for a limited time, for a highly specific activity that without it, you're dead. Meaning without winning the war, you're dead. So you've got to win the war. And so other things like civilian clothes, civilian whatever, for a time being, a lot of those products they can do without, because presumably all civilians, there's clothes out there for them. They could trade them around, used clothes, they can trade them around. Baby clothes, well, they grow out of them, you can trade them around. So you don't, for a number of years. Now, 30, 40 years, no. But for 3 or 4 years, yes, command economies work. So if today, let's say they got some sort of tokamak engine and they got some sort of warping technology and we could go to the stars, but to actually move large populations, it'll need to build big ships in space. And, it's mostly not like space tourism, but space colonization. And it may be like, oh, hey, we've got instead of on a destructive path of building warships, maybe we'll need to build big colony ships that will go back and forth, between the stars and take 2 or 3 months to go there and to drop off 5,000 people a time or something. That may take a lot of focused energy, either nationally or transnationally, a lot of focused research, a lot of whatever. That would be a command economy, and that might be very good for humanity to do said activities. But that's for a limited time and for a specialist goal like that could come about. And so it doesn't have to be a war, but it could be something like this. Otherwise, economies, yes, are definitely done better for markets. So, because for markets, you have so many different customers with different goals. And that is just sort of the way it, I think, should be / is. Planned economies are shit and prone to corruption. GDR, yes, absolutely. But that's a planned, sustained economy, as opposed to a temporary direct thing. Watching the video on Rommel's first battles when I got here, and you are both expressing Kampfgruppe simultaneously. Well, cool. To a certain extent, you can check out that sort of theory by looking at the East India Company, Mercs in the Congo and Blackwater, and even, technically Scipio Africanus led a private invasion of Carthage. I don't know enough about Scipio to know. I know who he was for sure, but and that he's the one that defeated Carthage and all, but don't know enough about that, whether it was private or not. Yeah, mercenaries, but mercenaries are if you're looking at the Congo mercenaries as opposed security companies, like Blackwater and sometimes Wagner, though they're sort of doing other things now. When Katanga or the Congo as a whole were hiring mercenaries, there really isn't much dollars other than hiring the initial guys to come in, and I would not say so. I would not say it's that. The East India Company, and it depends on when you're talking, when the East India Company is ruling. So before the Indian Mutiny, early on with Clive of India, there's a lot of British Army forces moving around there, and actual British National Army forces, as well as early East India Company. It would be a mix of British and Indian officers with primarily Indian troopers for locally raised units. There would be a few sort of militia types around units that are made up of European East India personnel that were more of a if things go to hell, we show up with our muskets here, but otherwise they have a day job. Later in the East India Company, leading up to the post-Napoleonic period, they purged the Indians from the officer class of the Indian Army, mainly in the 19th century. And that continues for most units through to the end, though not all units. So, yeah, loads of condotteri. Yeah, but those are still. I would not go that those are. Those are hired units, but they're not. They're not like that. I wouldn't say like the chips. They're huge. Yeah. Oh yeah. They've had. Yeah, but that's once you hired them. Once you go, hey, mercenary unit hired by some city state, they become part of your military supply system. They become, not a core element of your national army, but they're not like going, oh, hey, we need more armor, more swords or something. No, when they go marching off and needing food, going off into the field, the main, whatever, and there's very poor levels of supply and logistics and a very much raiding the countryside or whatever for food. Yes, I'll totally admit to that. But it's not like some organized economic, like they're bidding, oh, well, we'll pay $1 per chicken. No, that unit pays $2 per chicken. No, they're just going out and ransacking the countryside equally with each friendly unit trying to ransack the countryside before the other friendly unit gets to that patch of territory or something. So I don't see it as the same as that. Hey, Eric. How you doing, my friend? I don't know enough about Garibaldi to comment on his on any particular campaign. Obviously, I do know that he is the unifier of Italy, under a modern sense. But beyond that, read a few things here and there. Okay, on Garibaldi and some battles, but that's many years ago. So, a reminder to everybody here, if you're new, whether on YouTube or Twitch or Rumble or wherever I'm streaming, please follow or subscribe to the channel. You can like the videos if you so desire. That would really help me out. Love to see you guys around more often. I stream mostly for myself here on Saturday and Sunday, and it's Hearts of Iron on Saturday. We will get back to some multiplayer campaigns of Hearts of Iron, but for the next probably 2 weeks or more, we'll be doing Black Ice. Now, I'll keep the Black Ice campaign going even if we do a multiplayer one live, just because I can, record them off live. Stay on topic, probably a little better, but okay. So our tank design bureau capabilities, or vehicle 39, and improved tank design. That's a long time. Okay, so we probably don't want to do that just yet. Now we'll wait a bit. We're doing gasoline engines. I don't know that we're gonna do diesel engine. Torsion bar. Because otherwise, well, now let's come over here. Okay, this one needs. Okay, fire. Okay, we have yet to get to here. So this is. I know right around now. I think on folks' list had me researching this, but we've got to get through all of these, and we're slowly getting there. So that's going to be a bit later, I think, to get through. There. So back to here. I think we can wait one thing, and let's do this. Let's do that, and then we'll switch over to that. Supply bandwagons of the Dutch 80 years worth, more or less, on private. And let's see what sort of divisions we have. I still could use, if you ever get bored, Eric, I still could use a video on that shorts thing. If you ever get bored. Okay, well now this is another thing here is we could do for 10 gross, it's after June, West Berlin. Yeah, let's do that. Military buildup there. And the other thing, which is reminding me here, I'm not used to doing this. Is it here? No, is it? Oh, it's here. We can look at some of the SS divisions that we can continue. We can go from the 2 regiments to here. Did it pull the units off the map? Nothing else yet. Over here. Let's see what we have here. Yes, it looks like we organize the Watts trooping. So now we have. No, that isn't it. Okay, this is a brigade. Okay. Totenkopf units are still around. Okay, so now we have a brigade there. It gives blueprints for this. Well, then why haven't I been able to research it when I've tried to in the past? Folk, I've tried to in the past and it just wouldn't let me do it. Okay, sure, whenever you, I mean, it's not a real rush, but I am sort of waiting on that. It's just when you can. Because I want to edit the one video that I thought was good, just wanted to take a few seconds out of it. Well, after this KDF wagon, we'll try to see if I can do that again. Okay, you guys come to the city. You guys come back to here. We want to come through this railroad to the sea. Nordic-Baltic Economic Cooperation Agreement. Okay. I'm gonna go there. Focus, focus, focus. Okay, KDF wagons. We got more Tour de France 1937. Well, if it'll let me do this, start. Okay, well, it is letting me do it. It didn't let me do it before, so I don't know what. I don't know. Maybe I was just doing something wrong. But yes, we'll do that now. Build another civilian factory. Keep that going. Seems like a decent balance between the two. Amelia Earhart survives this time. Okay. We join back into the fight. Push, 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 push. The Empire of Great Japan declared war on the Republic of China. I don't know what the Empire of Great Japan means, but okay. We now can do another. Put that up there. All right. Well. Okay. Let's come over here and click this. And I do want to start producing these. I know it's maybe more of a want compared to a need. That, well, heavy artillery, we need a bunch more of that, but we also need horse transport by a lot. And light artillery, we need a bunch of. And some motor vehicles and some other things we need, but I want those. Miss? Oh, it was great while you were gone. Oh, wait a minute. That was because you were gone. Dispersed industry research is finished. Okay, so we have dispersed industry. Construction, which will unlock this, so I think we will do this. Political power, Norway gains political power, German Reich civilian intelligence. Okay, so joint industrial policy with Norway. Well, maybe we should try a not totally narrow approach, but okay. Marco Polo Bridge incident. Bulgaria requests German arms. They're on their own. 2,000 units of carabiner, 98 birds added to the national stockpile. 2,000. How much do I have in rifles right now? I do believe it is a positive number. Infantry equipment 6,000, and yeah, it'll take some of the newer ones. Okay, we'll do this. Very well, we'll help. Yeah, I'm sure we will, but I just figured I might as well start with getting the Panzer III in production. But thanks for the tip. Oh. Attack the mountains with tanks. It always goes well. Trust me. Trust me. Tanks actually should help a bit. Armor should just always help a bit. But good mountain divisions or whatever would be great too. Okay, well, we're outside of the Madrid. Now, if we just taken Madrid, the capital will just bounce to somewhere else, which might be easier to take, but I do want to cut off this area over here because we should be able to. want this here. There we go. Support that attack. Achtung Panzer. Okay, very good. Alright, let's go back and look at folks' lists here. KDF Wagen, Expand Opel, Deutsches Arbeitsfront. We've already got some of that. Achtung Panzer, Lich Panzer Division, Soviet Treaty, Reich Arbeitsdienst. Okay, so, yeah, research bonuses, Panzer duty, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we'll just do that just to get this out of the way. We still have some of those to benefit from. Go back into, I don't know what was pushing those guys out, but let's. Okay, elastic defense. Well, that will help our heavily panzered forces here. Yeah, let's do fire brigades. Now that we have that. Okay, oh, you need to go into the mountains, don't you? And Panzer Division. Support that attack. Have to go into the mountains yourself, but let's just cut that railway. Oh, that ought to do much, but we'll just cut that. French Republic trade relations. I don't care. I need to embargo 80. I don't want to go so deep that I get cut off, so I'm retreating back out. But I just wanted to sort of like mess with them a bit. Come on, attack here. Okay, Yugoslavia, purchase grain, consumer goods down. No, thank you. All right. Okay, so yeah, let's do the A's. Now, I really like this in that we can have a max currently. Oh, we have total capacity for use, total use. Oh, maybe, okay, total tank assembly capacity per plant. Maybe we need more tank production. Looks like we're still green, okay. Maybe we shouldn't do this. Okay, let's now see this. Yeah, this is better. Okay, that we can do. Okay, well then, since we do have rubber enough, let's add another bomber line, or another bomber there for production use. Okay. We'll do that. Let's see. Naval. Yeah, let's do this. Okay, worrying Portugal breaks diplomatic relations with Czechoslovakia. Don't know why that's worrying, but okay, Panzer II light armor. Okay, so vehicle factories, which are nice. Okay, what's the date here? January, after January. Okay, 38. So it's a ways away. 28 days, another naval dockyard would be nice, and we'll get there, but 3 military factories. Autobahn takes 3 years to take full effect. Okay, yep, we'll do that. We'll do Reich Autobahn. So let's get that going there, I guess. Yes. Well, no, let's send in the infantry division. I know you're not well organized, and you're going to support the attack. No. Yeah, support the attack. I want to get to the sea. Come on. Drive in there. Come on, they're retreating. Infantry division march into there. Yeah, I know they're coming back with some. Okay, well, you guys here attack there to pin these guys. I know you're going to lose, but just give them time to get in. And give them time for the infantry to get in, maybe. There we go. Where they can trench themselves and push them out. Hong Kong Typhoon. You push into against the militia there. Add you back to here now. Okay. Reich Autobahn, very good. Now let's take a look over here. Do we have, whether it's Reich Autobahn, increase operatives? Maybe what we could do for that. Not October yet. Yeah, just political or command power. We got yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it now. Almost to the coast. Yep, we're getting there. We're getting there. Well, soft attack. And she'll just look straight up. Oh, well, there's tank research cost. Yeah, I guess. Okay, and let's do west wall now. Nylon conference, okay, whatever. Maybe I should read some of these. Foreign volunteers, great. I was sort of kind of hoping Spain you to join me on some of these attacks. Oh, looks like they are now. Good. Ah, let's see. Well, I know we need it, so let's do another couple of here for horses and wagons and whatnot. Hey, Jan or Extreme Finger, how you doing today? Well, I think we will end the episode here. I hope everyone has had fun. I've been having fun playing it, but man, I'm getting hungry, so I need to eat. So, please keep it up. Please tell your friends about how great this is. If you have friends, sorry. Oh, yeah, sorry, my mistake. You're a Hearts of Iron player. You don't got any friends. Sorry. Wish you did. I wish I did, but you know. Oh, yeah, I know there's a few people we talk to on the internet, but you know, real friends. But hey, love to see you guys around more often. So thank you all. I'm having a blast playing this. See you next time for more, yes, even more Hearts of Iron. And guys, yeah, like that, I'm really sort of getting hungry here. Well, I've been doing this almost 5 hours, not quite. So I'm going to take a break and get food and whatnot. So I will be back tomorrow playing War Thunder. Oh, well, yeah, probably because we've done this sort of yesterday, and today I'm taking a break like a lot of other people from they call it a union. No, we're just on strike. We're not forming a War Thunder union. That's BS, and that's it. But we're all sort of on strike. I'll be back. I think that 2 days off from War Thunder will show the company that they need to change things and fear going out of business, and hopefully that is, um, you know, inappropriate enough about fear that hurting a lot of people. So yeah, so War Thunder tomorrow if you guys want to join me, whether that's Jan, Arno, or anybody else new here. If you like playing War Thunder, we'll even play a little bit of, yeah, that's sort of what they're calling it, Players Union. Hey, ZZ, yeah, thanks so much. So maybe join me tomorrow or come back next week, whatever you want to do. See you then. I'm not sure. I think I'm doing something for Slitherine Monday, but I'm not sure, and I haven't looked it up, so don't know. Maybe if you want to check that out, the Monday, but